Hello. Welcome. If these stories speak to you, if you find comfort in the lessons found in the quiet corners of history, please check if you've rated the show. It helps more than you know, helping new viewers find us, and helping me to make better videos for you all. Let me know in the comments where you're listening, what time it is there, and let's begin. The cleverest people who ever lived were not the ones who pushed the hardest. They were the ones who found an easy way around the obstacle. Everyone else stood there, pushing, shoving, sweating, certain that effort alone was the answer. And a few simply opened a door, revealing a loophole in life no one else saw, walked through, and were gone before anyone even understood what had happened. Tonight, I want to show you how to open some of those doors. Small moves, strange moves, things that look like nothing from the outside, that quietly bent a whole life in someone's favor. A man who could not hear, writing the most hopeful music on earth. A boy who was forbidden to read, who turned that very ban into a blueprint for his own escape. And a broken-hearted young man who fled to the frozen edges of the world, discovering the only way to save your mind is to rebuild the body it lives in. Most people stumble onto these things far too late, if they ever find them at all. You are about to get them now. Some of these loopholes are simple. One or two are almost unfair. All of them are real, drawn from lives you may think you already know, and from a few you have never heard of at all. We are going to begin with 3 of the most life-changing ones, because I would rather not make you wait for the good ones. And when you wake up tomorrow, you will start your day with life advantages almost no one else has. Welcome, Nightlings. This is Huxley. If you like listening or falling asleep to real stories that will reveal life's deeper truths, then this is the place for you. Consider subscribing and let the next story find you when you need it most. We are reaching toward a milestone for this little channel, 5,000 subscribers. It is not much, I know, but it is progress, and I cannot get there without your help. So if one of these episodes has ever helped you, share it with a friend who needs it, and check that you are following. That small bit of activity is the thing that tells the algorithms to carry these stories to more people like you. It matters more than it should. Thank you. Now, settle in. Take a deep breath. Loosen your face. Loosen your jaw. Loosen your shoulders. Find a comfortable position. Put your phone out of reach with the notifications turned off. And let's begin. Vienna, the 7th of May, 1824, a theatre full of people, and at the front of the orchestra, an aging man with wild grey hair, beating time with his hands. The music swells around him, enormous, a choir and an orchestra pouring out a melody that one day the whole world would know by heart. And the man setting the pace cannot hear a single note of it, not one. He is conducting a silence that lives only inside his own skull. The final chord lands. The hall comes apart. People are on their feet, weeping, throwing their hats into the air, waving handkerchiefs so that he might at least see the applause his ears will never bring him. And he keeps moving his hands, still conducting, still lost inside the quiet, several bars behind a world that is roaring for him. until a young singer steps forward, takes him gently by the arm, and turns him around to face it. How does a man write the most hopeful music ever composed from inside total silence? That is the third door we will open tonight. But we have two others to reach first. Two messages reached the same young man on the same winter morning. By the time the sun went down, both of the women he loved most in the world were dead. In the same house, only a few feet and a few hours apart. And what he did next looked, to almost everyone watching, like a man running away from his own life. It was not. It was the loophole. Before he was a president, before the cavalry charge and the round spectacles that became a cartoonist's gift, Theodore Roosevelt was a thin, wheezing, frightened boy who could not reliably draw a full breath. He had asthma, in an age that had no real understanding of it. The nights were the worst of it. He would jolt awake in the dark, sitting bolt upright, fighting for air that would not come, and his father would gather him up and carry him through the house or out into the cold night in a carriage, driving fast, as if speed itself might force the wind back into his son's lungs. He was a bright boy, ferociously bright, the kind who reads everything and forgets nothing, who knew the names of all the birds and could recite long passages by heart. But the mind, his family quietly understood, was trapped inside a body that kept threatening to quit on him. And then one day his father said a thing to him that landed like a sentence and a gift at the same time. "You have the mind," he told the boy, "but you do not have the body. And without the help of the body, the mind cannot go as far as it should. You must make your body, not wait for it to mend, not hope he would grow out of the trouble. Make it." The father fitted out a gymnasium on the back porch, and the boy went at it with the grim, joyless determination of someone who has understood early that no one is coming to save him. He lifted, he hauled, he pulled himself up and up again, hardening himself by inches over years. It was slow, and it was deliberate, and it was the first time young Roosevelt reached for the strange handle that would come to define his entire life. When the world hands you weakness, you do not pray it away. You go and meet it with your hands. By the winter of 1884, he had done it. He had made himself, in body and in name. He was a young man in a tremendous hurry, already elected to the New York State Assembly, already a published author, married to a woman named Alice Hathaway Lee, whom he loved with an almost embarrassing completeness. He had written in his diary on the day he won her that he could not even take it in, that the world held nothing more for him to wish. And now, their first child was on the way. He was, by every measure he could see, a man whose luck had finally risen to match his effort. On the 12th of February, his daughter was born. The telegram that reached him in Albany was pure joy, and he stayed at his desk to finish the session's work, glowing, accepting the handshakes of older men. Then a second telegram arrived, and the floor of the world gave way beneath him. He raced for home through a fog so thick the trains crawled the last miles into the city. And in that one house, on the 14th of February, he lost them both. His mother, Mitty, died in the small hours of the morning of typhoid fever. His wife, Alice, died that same afternoon, 2 days after giving birth, of a disease of the kidneys that no one had caught in time. The mother who had carried him through all those airless childhood nights, and the wife around whom he had built his entire future, gone within a single turn of the clock, in the same rooms, on the same day, the 14th of February, the day that was supposed to belong to lovers. That night he opened his diary and he drew one thing on the page. A large, heavy black cross. And beneath it, 7 words. The light has gone out of my life. He was 25 years old. Here is where the story should turn dark and simply stay there. A grief like that does not heal cleanly. It cracks people, and a great many of them go on to live the rest of their days down inside the crack. What Roosevelt did instead has puzzled tidy-minded people ever since. He arranged for his infant daughter to be raised for a time by his sister. He resigned himself out of the life he had built. And he went west, to the raw, frozen, indifferent emptiness of the Dakota Badlands, to be a cattle rancher. A grieving young intellectual from Manhattan, in spectacles, with a custom rifle and a soft accent, riding out into a country that had no comfort in it at all. It looks from a distance like a man fleeing. It was very nearly the opposite. He had reached again for the handle his father taught him. He could not control the grief. He could not argue with it, or reason it into loosening its grip, or wait it out. But he could pour his battered body and his hollowed-out heart into work so hard and so cold that there was simply no room left for despair to sit down. He bought 2 ranches, the Maltese Cross and the Elkhorn. He rode for days at a stretch, sometimes 40 hours in the saddle. He worked the roundups alongside men who had no idea who he was and cared less. He once chased a band of boat thieves down a freezing river for days, captured them, and then, rather than shoot them, guarded them on the long haul to the sheriff by reading Tolstoy to stay awake. He had a line for what he was doing, and it tells you everything. Black care, he said, rarely sits behind a rider whose pace is fast enough. And the land did not go easy on him, which was, in its way, the point. The winter of 1886 and 87, the one the ranchers of the high plains still spoke of in lowered voices decades later, the one they called the Great Die-Up, buried the grass under iron snow and killed something close to 2/3 of his herd. He was very nearly ruined. He stood in the wreckage of his second great plan, and he did not break. By the time he came back east, the soft-handed widower was gone. In his place was a man leaner, harder, slower to speak, and steadier in the eye. Years later, he would say plainly that he never would have become president if not for those years in North Dakota. He had not cured his grief. He had built around it a man strong enough to carry it for the rest of his days. So here is the door Roosevelt found, and it has 2 handles, and most people go their whole lives without touching either one. The first is this: when grief or fear or failure flattens you, do not sit and wait to feel ready, because ready is not coming. Assign yourself a hardship, on purpose. Something physical, something genuinely difficult, something with cold in it. Walk until your legs ache. Lift the heavy thing. Take the long, miserable route home on foot. The body, set to a hard task, drags the mind along behind it back into the world. You cannot think your way out of the deepest pits, but you can very often work your way out, 1 cold mile at a time, and let the thinking catch up later. Black care rarely sits behind a rider whose pace is fast enough. The second handle is quieter, and it may be the more useful of the 2. Roosevelt refused for the rest of his life to measure himself against other people. Not their fortunes, not their applause, not the gleaming lives they seemed to be living just out of reach. The only honest scoreboard, he came to understand, is the one that has you today on one side and you yesterday on the other. Everyone else is running a different race, on a different track, in different weather, and standing at the fence comparing your time to theirs is simply a way to make yourself miserable on a reliable schedule. I should be honest with you about something, because we are going to be honest about a few of these tonight. There is a line you have very likely seen stamped across his stern moustached face on the internet. Comparison is the thief of joy. It is a fine line. He never said it. No one can find it anywhere, in anything he wrote or spoke. But here is the strange and lovely part. He lived the idea harder than almost anyone who has ever shared the quote. So, we will let the man keep the truth of it, and let the internet keep the sentence. Build the body the grief left you, and stop checking other people's scores. Roosevelt rebuilt a body that the whole world could see. The next man found his loophole hidden inside something they tried very hard to keep invisible, the alphabet. There was a boy enslaved in a house in the city of Baltimore, and the woman of the house had begun, out of nothing more than ordinary kindness, to teach him his letters. And then her husband came in and saw it, and stopped it cold. Teaching a slave to read, he said, would ruin him forever. And the boy, standing very still in the corner of that room, listened to the master explain exactly why, and understood in a single bright and terrible instant that he had just been handed the key to his own cell. His name then was Frederick. He had been born into slavery on the eastern shore of Maryland, around the year 1818. Though, like most enslaved people, he was never allowed to know the day of his own birth, a small theft that tells you a great deal about the larger one. As a young boy, he was sent away to Baltimore, into the household of a man named Hugh Auld. And there something almost unheard of began to happen. Auld's wife, Sophia, had never owned a slave before. She had not yet learned to make her heart hard. And so she did the natural thing a kind woman does with a quick child in her house. She began to teach him the alphabet, the way you would teach any boy, and then small words, and Frederick, who was sharp as a blade, drank it in. For a little while, a door stood open that was never, ever meant to open for him. Then Hugh Old found out, and he slammed it. And in slamming it, he made the single greatest mistake of his life, though he would never know it. He did not simply forbid the lessons, he explained them. He turned to his wife, in front of the listening boy, and he told her that you must never teach a slave to read. If you give him an inch, he said, he will take more. Learning would spoil him, make him discontented and unmanageable and useless as property. If you teach that boy to read, Old said, there will be no keeping him. It would forever unfit him to be a slave. Frederick heard every word of it. And many years later, a free man, he wrote down what happened inside him in that moment, and it stands as one of the great sentences in the language. From that moment, he wrote, I understood the pathway from slavery to freedom. The master had meant to lock a door. Instead, without meaning to, he had drawn the boy a map, marked the exit, and pointed out exactly which guards were standing watch over it. The thing they feared most was the thing he now wanted most. That was all he needed to know. Now, understand the position he was in. The lessons were finished. Sophia, under her husband's instruction, grew watchful and then cold, and would snatch a newspaper out of his hands if she found him with one. There would be no more teachers. In much of the South, it was a crime to instruct him at all, and a real danger to him to be caught learning. By every rule of the world he had been born into, that door was now shut and bolted and watched. So he found the loophole. He turned the entire city of Baltimore into his schoolhouse, and he paid his tuition in bread. The old household kept him better fed than many of the poor white children who ran, loose and hungry, in the streets near the shipyards. And Frederick noticed this, and he made it into a currency. He began to carry pieces of bread with him whenever he was sent out on errands, and when he fell in with those hungry boys, he traded. Not for marbles, not for a game of anything, for lessons. A piece of bread for a few minutes of reading. A hard word explained, a sentence sounded out. He called it, in a phrase I find almost unbearably moving, giving the bread of the house in exchange for the more valuable bread of knowledge. He carried a tattered copy of a schoolbook hidden inside his shirt. Down at the shipyard, he watched the carpenters mark the timbers with single letters to show where each piece would go. An L for larboard, an S for starboard. And he learned those letters one stolen glance at a time. Then challenged boys who could already write to spelling contests, just to be corrected, just to steal a little more. It was slow. It was dangerous. It was assembled entirely out of crumbs and minutes and other people's small carelessness. And it worked. Letter by letter, word by word, in the narrow cracks of a life that was designed to keep him in the dark forever, Frederick taught himself to read. And then reading did to him precisely what Hugh Auld had warned it would. It ruined him for slavery. It made him, in the master's own word, unfit. He got his hands on a popular schoolbook of speeches and dialogues, the kind of thing free boys used to practice their oratory, and inside it he found language for things he had only ever felt in the dark. Arguments against bondage laid out in plain reason. A dialogue in which a slave, given the chance to speak, dismantles his master's every justification. The case for the simple dignity of a human being, set down in words a boy could carry in his head. And for a time, it very nearly broke him. He said later that he sometimes envied the other enslaved people their ignorance, because reading had shown him the exact shape of his own chains so clearly that he could think of nothing else. Knowledge for a while felt like a curse rather than a blessing. That is the toll, and it is worth naming. The exit, once you can read the sign above it, will not let you look away. But a boy who can read can also, in time, write. And in 1838, carrying borrowed papers that named him a free sailor, dressed in the rough clothes of a seaman, speaking the speech of the docks he had learned by listening, he boarded a northbound train, and he held his nerve through every checkpoint where a single wrong word would have ended everything, and he rode out of slavery and into the rest of his life. I will leave the danger of that journey where it belongs off the page. I will simply tell you that he made it, first to New York and then to New Bedford in Massachusetts. There he took a new name to throw off the men who would hunt him, a name borrowed from a poem, Frederick Douglass. And the boy they had forbidden to read became, in time, one of the most powerful voices the country had ever produced, an orator who could hold thousands silent, a writer whose own life story, set down in his own self-taught hand, helped to break the back of the very thing he had been born into. So here is the door, and it is one of the sharpest in this entire list. The thing the powerful forbid you to learn is almost always the exact thing that would set you free. The ban is not random, and it is not really about you. It is a map. When someone who holds power over you, a master, a boss, a company, a system that quietly profits from your confusion, works hard to keep one particular kind of knowledge out of your hands, do not get angry first. Get curious. They have just told you, by accident, where the exit is. So go and learn that thing. Quietly, if you must. Daily, in stolen minutes the way he did, a piece of bread at a time. The skill they are guarding, whether it is reading or money, or the law, or how the machine you depend on every day actually works behind its smooth face, is the leverage they are protecting. Acquire it, and the whole arrangement begins, slowly at first, and then all at once, to tip in your direction. And here is the most beautiful part of this particular door. They cannot unteach you. Whatever else they take, they cannot reach back inside your head and remove what you now know. Knowledge is the one possession that, once it is truly yours, no power on earth can confiscate. Douglas found his freedom inside a thing they tried to keep from him. The next man found his inside a thing that was taken from him against his will, one frequency at a time. His hearing. He stood in front of the whole orchestra, his hands moving, and he could not hear one note that they played. When the symphony ended, he went on conducting the silence, until a young singer reached up, took him by the arm, and turned him around to see what he would never be able to hear. This is the third door. It is the one I think about most. There is no crueler theft I can think of than the one that happened to Ludwig van Beethoven. A painter who goes blind, a runner who loses a leg. These are real tragedies. But to take the hearing from the man who may be the greatest composer who ever lived, slowly in his 20s, at the very height of his rising powers, that has a kind of awful artistry to it, as if fate were showing off. It began around 1798. First, a ringing in his ears that would not stop. A high, constant whine underneath everything. Then the high notes started to go. Then conversation in a crowded room became a blur of mush. He hid it for as long as he could, and you can hardly blame him. He was a professional musician in Vienna, the music capital of the world, and his entire living, his entire identity, his entire reason for being, rested on the one sense that was quietly draining away. He stopped going to dinners. He avoided his friends. He took long solitary walks in the countryside, partly for the peace and partly so that no one would discover that the famous Herr Beethoven could no longer hear the birds he was walking among. In the autumn of 1802, his doctor sent him to a quiet village outside Vienna called Heiligenstadt, hoping the rest might help his ears. It did not. And there, in October, alone, Beethoven sat down and wrote a letter to his two brothers that he never sent. We call it the Heiligenstadt Testament, and it reads like a man standing at the very edge of a cliff. In it he confesses everything he had been hiding. The shame, the loneliness, the despair of a musician going deaf. He admits in plain words how close he had come to ending his own life. But little more, he wrote, and I would have put an end to my life. And then comes the sentence that turns the whole thing around. The hinge on which his entire future swings. Only art it was that withheld me. It seemed impossible, he wrote, to leave the world until I had produced all that I felt called upon to produce. Read that again, slowly. He did not write himself back to happiness. He did not find a cure or a comforting little philosophy. He found one single thing strong enough to keep him here, and that one thing was the work that was not yet finished. He folded the letter away. He went back to Vienna. And he did not take the way out he had so carefully described. Now here is the part that most people miss. The part that makes this a loophole, and not simply a sad story bravely endured. Beethoven did not keep trying to be a hearing composer who happened to be going deaf. He could not win that game, and somewhere in himself he knew it. Instead, he stopped competing on the sense he was losing and he moved the entire contest into the one place his failing ears could not follow him: his own mind. He had spent his whole life learning the deep architecture of music, so completely that he no longer needed to hear a chord to know exactly how it would ring. He could build the cathedral in his head, every pillar, every echo, and write it all down, and never need to hear a single brick of it laid. There are stories of the lengths he went to, that he had the legs sawn off his piano so he could feel its vibrations through the floor. That one, I should tell you honestly, is almost certainly a tale that grew in the telling, so we will not pass it on as fact. But what is true is just as striking. He would clench a slender rod between his teeth and press the other end to the body of the piano, so that the vibration of the strings traveled up through his jaw and into the one pathway to sound he had left. He felt his music when he could no longer hear it. And in that silent interior world, walled off from the applause and the criticism, and the ordinary noise that distracts every other artist alive, he wrote the deepest music of his life. The late quartets, the final piano sonatas, and the Ninth Symphony, with its great chorus rising up out of the orchestra to sing that all men shall be brothers, very likely the most defiantly hopeful sound a human being has ever set down. He wrote it from inside a silence so total it should have finished him. Instead, the silence became the quiet room in which he composed, which brings us back to where we began the evening. The 7th of May, 1824. The premiere of that Ninth Symphony in a packed Vienna theatre. Beethoven, now profoundly deaf, insisted on being up on the stage. They could not refuse him, but neither could they risk the performance, so they quietly told the musicians to follow the real conductor, a man named Michael Umlauf, and to pay no mind at all to the composer beside him. Beethoven stood there regardless, score in front of him, beating a time he could feel but not hear, turning his pages, utterly lost in it, several bars adrift from the music that was filling the room. And when it ended, the hall came apart, people weeping, standing, throwing hats and handkerchiefs into the air. And Beethoven, facing the orchestra, his back to all of it, kept right on conducting, sunk inside the quiet, with no idea that behind him 1,000 people were roaring their love for the thing he had made. Until the young singer, a contralto named Caroline Unger, climbed up and gently took his sleeve and turned him bodily around, so that he could see, with his own eyes, the thing his ears would never give him: the hands, the tears, the hats in the air. And he bowed. So here is the door. A constraint becomes your edge the moment you stop competing on the sense it took. We spend so much of our strength trying to do the old thing, the old way, going around the new limitation, the injury, the lost job, the failing eyes, the city we had to leave, the body that will no longer do what it did at 25. We keep shoving at the door marked the way it used to be, and it does not open, and we wear ourselves out against it. The loophole is to ask an entirely different question. Not how do I keep doing this the way I always have, But where is the channel that this loss cannot reach? Beethoven could not compete in the world of sound, so he moved the whole of his art into the world of imagination, where deafness had no power at all. And there, in that quiet country, he had no rivals. The limitation did not merely fail to stop him. It cleared the room of everyone else. So when life takes your main instrument, grieve it honestly, the way he did in that letter. And then look very carefully for the thing you can now do that you never would have done otherwise, the door that only opened because the other one swung shut. Very often your finest work is waiting just on the other side of it. Those were the 3 sharpest doors I have to give you. Now, we go all the way down to the other end of the list, to the smaller and quieter doors, and from there we climb back up, one loophole at a time, all the way to the finish. And we begin at the very bottom, with a little girl in a steel leg brace, a child the doctors had quietly written off before she had even learned to walk. The doctors looked at the little girl in the steel leg brace, and they delivered their verdict. She would never walk properly again. A few short years later, for one shining afternoon in Rome, that same girl was the fastest woman on the face of the earth. Her name was Wilma Rudolph, and she was born in the summer of 1940 in St. Bethlehem, Tennessee, into a world that had already decided a great many things about her before she had said a single word. She was, and I want you to sit with this number for a moment, the 20th of 22 children, 22nd of an eventual 22. She arrived early, and small, barely 4.5 pounds, the kind of birth that, in a poor, segregated county in 1940, people spoke about in low voices and did not expect to come to much. And then the illnesses came for her, one after another, the way they did for frail children in those years, with a kind of patient cruelty. Scarlet fever, double pneumonia, both lungs at once. Measles, mumps, chickenpox, the whole grim procession. But the one that stayed, the one that meant to keep her, was polio. She was around 5 years old, and the virus did what it does. It went into the muscles of her left leg, and it left the leg twisted and weak, the foot turned inward, so that she could not stand square on it. The doctors fitted her with a brace, a contraption of steel and leather, and they sat the family down, and they said the thing that families in that situation were always told. Do not expect too much. The damage is done. She will very likely never walk without it. Now, here is the first turn, and it is the whole loophole in miniature, so do keep an ear on it. 2 people gave Wilma a forecast of her own future, on roughly the same set of facts, and the 2 forecasts could not have been further apart. The doctors, the men in the white coats, the people the whole world agreed you were meant to believe, said she would not walk. Her mother, a woman named Blanche, who worked as a domestic in other people's houses, said she would. Plainly, repeatedly, not as a wish but as a settled fact about the future. the way you might tell a child the sun will come up. You will walk, brace or no brace. And Wilma, many years later, with 3 gold medals behind her and a lifetime to think it over, put the choice she made that day into one of the simplest, truest sentences I know. "My doctor told me I would never walk again," she said. "My mother told me I would. I believed my mother. I believed my mother." Sit with how quiet that is. Not I proved them wrong. Not I refused to accept it. Just 2 people told me 2 different things about what I was, and I chose which one to believe. That was the decision. The whole loophole turns on a single hinge, and the hinge is whose voice you let into the room. But a decision like that on its own is worth almost nothing, and this is the part the inspirational posters always leave out, so let us not. Belief without the work behind it is just a pleasant daydream you tell yourself at night. What made Wilma Rudolph was not the believing. It was what the believing bought, which was years. Years of grinding, unglamorous, invisible labor that no crowd ever saw and no one ever applauded. Picture the shape of it. The nearest hospital that would treat a black child was at Meharry, the medical college in Nashville, and Nashville was some 50 miles away. So twice a week, week after week after week, mother and daughter made that journey, a round trip of around 100 miles on a segregated bus, where a small crippled girl and her mother rode in the back because the law of that place said they must. 50 miles there for the treatments, 50 miles home. A child does not understand 50 miles. A child only understands the long, cold morning, the hard seat, the ache in the leg, and the doing of it again and again, with no visible proof that any of it is working. And between the bus trips, there was the leg itself. The family went to work on it with their hands. Wilma was taught to do exercises, and her mother and her brothers and her sisters took turns 4 times a day, every single day, massaging that twisted leg, working the blood and the warmth back into muscle the polio had tried to kill. 4 times a day. Think of what that asks of a household already stretched thin, 20-some children, a mother cleaning other people's homes, and still, somehow, 4 times a day, someone's hands on that leg. On the days the hospital was simply too far and too dear, the brothers and sisters became the therapy. The whole family, in effect, refused the prognosis together, 1 massage at a time. And slowly, slowly, the leg began to answer. That is how it goes with the real thing. There is no single morning where the music swells and the child throws the brace across the room. There is just less wrong by tiny degrees over years. First, she could stand on it. Then she could walk with the brace. And then comes the detail I love most in this whole story, the one that tells you the fire was always hers and not borrowed. She began in secret when no one was watching to take the brace off. To walk a few steps without it, in the house, alone, testing the leg against the very verdict that had been handed down over it. By around the age of 12, the brace was gone for good. Then she did not merely walk, She ran, and once she could run, the same body the doctors had pitied began, quietly at first, to do impossible things. She played basketball. She was spotted by a coach. And by the time she was 16 years old, that girl from the back of the Nashville bus stood at the Olympic Games in Melbourne in 1956 and came home with a bronze medal in the relay. 16, 4 years out of the leg brace. But Melbourne was only the rehearsal. The real afternoon was Rome, 1960, in the heat of an Italian September, in a stadium called the Stadio Olimpico. And what she did there has the clean, ringing simplicity of a thing that should not be possible. The 100 meters, gold. The 200 meters, gold. And then the relay, the 4x100, where on the final exchange she very nearly fumbled the baton, very nearly dropped the whole thing on the last handoff, gathered it up, and ran the anchor leg down anyway. Gold. 3 gold medals at a single Olympic Games. The first American woman ever to do it. The girl they had braced and pitied and written off was, for that one shining afternoon under the Roman sun, simply the fastest woman alive. The crowds in Italy took to calling her names that translated to the Black Gazelle, the Black Pearl, as though they could not quite believe what they were watching either. And then she did one more thing, and to my mind it is the equal of the medals. She went home to Clarksville, Tennessee, and her town wanted to throw her a parade and a banquet to celebrate its golden daughter. And she said no, not to the celebration, but to its terms. She would not attend if it was segregated, if her own people had to stand on a different patch of ground to cheer her. And so the homecoming for Wilma Rudolph became the first fully integrated municipal event the town had ever held. The same young woman who had once been made to ride in the back of the bus had, by the simple weight of who she had become, made a whole town stand together for an afternoon. The leg the doctors gave up on had carried her all the way back to the place that doubted her and changed it. So here is the loophole, and it is for anyone who has ever been handed a ceiling by someone in a white coat, or a position of authority, or just a confident voice. A prognosis is a prediction, not a verdict. When someone tells you what you will never do, what people like you do not become, what is simply not realistic for you, understand exactly what you are being handed, not a fact, a forecast. One opinion about a future that has not happened yet, and you get to choose whose forecast you will organize your life around. Wilma chose her mother's. Then she paid for that choice with 4 massages a day and 50 miles of bus rides, because the belief without the reps is just a daydream. Choose the voice that bets on you. Then go and prove it right, one dull, faithful repetition at a time. She kept a dead moth taped into a logbook and a tangle of short little wires in her pocket that she handed out to strangers like sweets. And the reason we say a computer has a bug in it, and very possibly the reason you have ever once gotten away with anything at work, both trace back to this one woman. A mathematician who became a Navy admiral and who lived by a single, slightly mischievous rule. Her name was Grace Hopper, and she was one of the people who, quite literally, built the modern world, though most people have never heard her name. Long before there was any such thing as a computer to program, she was a mathematician, and a very good one. She took a doctorate in mathematics from Yale back in the 1930s, when almost no woman in the country held one, and settled into the comfortable, well-lit life of a college professor, teaching numbers to the daughters of good families. By every reasonable expectation, that is where the story should have stayed. Then, the Second World War came and rearranged everything. She tried to enlist and was very nearly turned away. She was, they told her, too old and too slight and rather too useful where she already was. She enlisted anyway, pushing past every polite objection until the Navy relented. And the Navy, not quite knowing what to do with a woman who could do mathematics in her head, sent her to Harvard, to a project most of the world did not yet have a word for. There she met a machine called the Mark I, one of the first great computers, a vast clattering contraption the size of a room, all whirring shafts and clicking relays that sounded, people said, like a room full of knitting needles. She was among the very first human beings ever to sit down and tell one of these things what to do. She did not stumble into the future. She was, quietly, helping to build it. Two small stories tell you who she was, and they have outlived nearly everything else about her, which is its own kind of lesson. The first is the moth. On the 9th of September, 1947, the team was working on a later machine, the Mark II, when it began misbehaving, throwing out errors no one could account for. So they went hunting for the fault, opening the great panels and peering into the works. And there, trapped in the contacts of one of the relays, beaten to death by the very part it had jammed, was a moth. An actual moth. A real insect inside the machine. They drew it out with care, and rather than simply throwing it away, they taped it into the project logbook, and beside it, one of them wrote a line that has since gone all the way around the world. First actual case of bug being found. Now, I must be careful here, because the truth is a little better than the legend. It is often said that Grace Hopper found that moth and coined the word bug in that instant, and you will see it told that way in 100 places. But the engineers who built bridges and telegraphs had been grumbling about bugs in their contraptions for the better part of a century before that. The word was already old. Indeed, that is the quiet joke hiding inside the logbook itself. They did not write, "We have invented a word for a fault." They wrote, "First actual case of a bug being found, the actual doing a great deal of gentle work, because everyone in the room already knew the figure of speech, and here at last was a literal one, with wings." And whether it was Hopper's own hand that taped it in, or a colleague's, the honest answer is that we are not entirely sure. What is certain is that she loved the story and told it for the rest of her life, with such delight that she made it ours. She did not invent the bug. She made the whole world remember it. And there, I think, is a small loophole tucked inside the larger one. You do not always have to be the person who first discovers the truth. Very often, the rarer thing is to be the one who tells it so well and so warmly that it finally sticks in people's heads and refuses to leave. The second story is The Wires, and it tells you how her mind worked. Hopper spent a great deal of her life trying to explain computers to people who did not want to understand them. Admirals, in particular. Important men, used to being obeyed, who would ask her, with some impatience, why on earth a message to a satellite took as long as it did, or why a machine could not simply go faster if you ordered it to. And rather than bury them in physics, which would have closed every face in the room, she reached into her bag and handed each of them a piece of ordinary wire. Just under a foot of it. 11.8 inches, to be exact. This, she would say, is a nanosecond. That is the longest distance an electrical signal can possibly travel in a billionth of a second, because nothing in this universe moves faster. And suddenly, the thing they could not picture was sitting in their own hand, a short length of wire they could turn over in their fingers. She made the invisible into something you could hold, so that powerful people could feel, in their hands, a limit their pride would never have let them admit they could not grasp. But the rule she is best remembered for is the one I want to leave you with, and it ran underneath everything she did. Throughout her long career, Grace Hopper kept building things the Navy had not asked for, was not sure it wanted, and in some cases had told her quite plainly were impossible. The greatest of these was an idea so simple it sounds obvious now, and was close to heresy then. In her day, you spoke to a computer in long strings of raw numbers, a brutal, error-ridden labor that only a handful of trained priests could perform. Hopper thought that was absurd. The machine, she reasoned, could be taught to do the translating itself, so that an ordinary person might write to it in something close to plain English. The serious men told her it could not be done, and that even if it could, it should not, because a computer could only ever do arithmetic, and would certainly never understand words. She built it anyway. By 1952, she had a working compiler, the tool she called a zero, and from that seed grew the early work on a language called COBOL, plain enough that businesses the world over could finally put these machines to use. She did not wait for a committee to bless the idea. She built it, proved it worked, and dealt with the objections afterward, having by then the unanswerable advantage of a thing that plainly functioned. She kept on in that fashion for decades, rising in the end to the rank of Rear Admiral. The Navy made her a Commodore in 1983, a rank it would shortly rename Rear Admiral, an extraordinary height for a woman it had once thought too old and too slight to bother with. Now, here I owe you a piece of honesty, because we have been honest about a few of these tonight. The line forever stitched to her name is that it is easier to ask forgiveness than to get permission. It is a wonderful line, and it is genuinely hers in the sense that she said it, often, in just about that form. But she did not coin it. It is older than she is by a good 100 years, and she knew that perfectly well, and called it, plainly, a borrowed motto. So we will give her the truer credit. Not for minting the words, but for being, of all the people who have ever repeated them, very nearly the one who lived by them most completely. So here is the door, and a word of care to go with it. The loophole is a bias toward action. When a rule is plainly foolish, and the thing you want to do is genuinely useful, and the cost of being wrong is something you can carry, do the useful thing first, and be ready to answer for it after. Most of life's permission slips are never coming. The committee will not convene. The perfect moment will not arrive. And while you wait politely at the closed door, someone less patient walks through the open one beside it. But notice the fine print, because Hopper lived it. This is not recklessness. She paired her daring with accountability. She was willing to be wrong quickly and to own it. That is the difference between the person who asks forgiveness and the person who simply causes damage. Act first, yes. But be the sort who can look them in the eye afterward and say, "I did this, and here is why, and here is how I will set it right if I am wrong." Hopper trusted herself to act before the permission came. The next loophole is the oldest one in this entire collection, 3,000 years older than she is, and it was born, the story goes, in a single terrible instant at a dinner party. He stepped outside for a single moment. Behind him, the roof of the banquet hall came down and killed every person still at the table. And when the grieving families came to claim their dead, no one could tell the crushed bodies apart. No one, that is, except him. This is one of the oldest stories in this whole collection, so old that we cannot fully vouch for it, and I will be honest with you about that as we go. But true, or half-true, the thing it gave us is entirely real, and the memory champions of the world still use it today. The man was a Greek poet named Simonides of Chios, and he lived around 500 years before the Common Era. He was, by the standards of his day, something rather new, one of the first poets we know of who would write you a poem for money, part artist and part tradesman, a man who turned up, performed, and expected to be paid. Keep that in mind. It matters to the story. And the story, I should say plainly, is exactly that. A story. It comes to us mostly through the great Roman orator Cicero, who set it down some 400 years after it was meant to have happened. And even in the ancient world, there were doubters. The teacher, Quintilian, who came along not long after, looked at the most colorful part of it and called it, more or less, pure invention. So, we are standing on legend here, the way you might stand on a frozen pond. Let us walk out onto it carefully, and not pretend it is solid ground. It goes like this. Simonides was hired to perform a poem at a great banquet in the north of Greece, in the region of Thessaly, at the house of a nobleman. Picture the room, as the old tellers would have you picture it. The long, low tables, the guests, reclining on their couches in the Greek fashion, propped on one elbow, the lamps throwing soft yellow light up the walls, the smell of roasted meat and spilled wine, the warmth of too many bodies in one hall on a cold night. Simonides rose and sang the poem he had been paid for, and like a good professional, he had woven into it some generous lines praising the gods, in this telling the twin brothers, Castor and Pollux. And the host, a tight-fisted man, was displeased. He told the poet he would only pay him half of what was agreed, and that he could collect the other half from the two gods he had been so busy flattering. A small, mean little joke made by a man who had no idea what it was about to cost him. Then, the story says, a servant came to Simonides at the table. Two young men were outside, the servant told him, asking for him by name, waiting in the dark to see him. So Simonides set down his cup, rose from his couch, and walked out of the warm and crowded hall into the night air to meet them. And there was no one there. The yard was empty. The two young men, whoever they had been, were gone. He was still standing out there, puzzled, in the quiet, when he heard it behind him. The roof of the banquet hall gave way all at once, and came down on the company below, the beams and stone and tiles falling in upon the lamplit room he had left only a moment before, and it crushed every soul at that table beyond all recognition. The two mysterious visitors who had called him outside, the old tale says, were the gods themselves, Castor and Pollux, paying the half of the fee their host had so cheaply refused, drawing the poet out of the room, one breath, before it would have killed him too. Make of that what you will. I only pass it along as it was passed to me. But that, in the end, is not the part that matters. The part that matters is the cold grey morning after. When the families came to dig their dead out of the rubble and bury them, they found they could not. The bodies were too broken to know one from another. A father could not find his son. A wife could not find her husband. They stood in the wreckage, in a kind of agony, unable even to give their grief a name. And Simonides found that he could give it to them. He closed his eyes, there in the ruin, and he saw the hall again as it had been, whole and bright and full. Every guest restored to the exact couch where he had reclined when the poet sang. This man here, at the end. That one there, beside him. The host at the head of the table. The friend who had laughed at the little joke about the gods. Simonides walked the grieving families slowly through that vanished room, inside his own mind, couch by couch, and named the dead, one by one, by nothing more than the place each had been sitting. And somewhere in that grim work, he understood a thing about the human memory that we are still cashing in on 25 centuries later. It was not the names he had memorized. It was the places. And the places had held the names for him. Here is the whole secret. Your memory is not weak. It is simply unplaced. We are hopeless, all of us, at holding loose facts that float in the dark with nothing to hang on. A list of names, a string of numbers, the 7 things you went to the shop to buy. They drift off almost the moment we turn away. But we are extraordinary at remembering places, and at remembering where things sit inside them. This is an older part of the mind than reading or counting. It is the part that once had to know which valley held water and which cave held the bear, and it never forgot how to do its job. You can almost certainly walk through the home you grew up in right now, in your mind, room by room, and tell me what stood in each corner, though you may not have set foot in it for 40 years. That map never left you. Simonides realized that you could take that effortless gift for places and hang upon it the very things you struggle to keep, and they would simply stay put. The loophole is called the memory palace, and here is exactly how you use it. First, take a place you know cold. Not one you imagine. A real one. The home you live in, the walk from your door to the shop, the path through a building you pass through every day. Fix a route through it, always in the same order, so you pass the same spots in the same sequence every time. Then, take the things you need to remember and set each one down at a particular spot along that route. And here is the trick within the trick. Do not picture them politely. Picture them absurd, enormous, or on fire, or doing something no respectable object would ever do. If you must remember to buy milk, do not imagine a tidy carton. Imagine a cow in your front hall knocking over the umbrella stand. The stranger and the funnier the picture, the more the mind insists on keeping it. Then, to call it all back, you take the walk again inside your head and collect each thing as you pass the place where you left it. The route gives you the order. The pictures give you the items. And nothing falls into the dark. It sounds like a parlor trick. It is not. When researchers took ordinary people with ordinary, forgettable memories, the sort who lose their glasses on top of their own heads, and trained them in this exact method, something remarkable happened. Where before they could hold around 24 words from a list, afterward they could hold more than 50. Their recall more than doubled. And it was not a flash in the pan. When the researchers came back and tested them months later, the gains were still there, as though a new ability had simply moved in to stay. And the people who win the World Memory Championships, the ones who can be handed a freshly shuffled deck of cards and recited back in perfect order, are not born with strange and gifted brains. Their brains, when scientists looked, are ordinary brains. They are simply walking a memory palace they built on purpose. They are using a loophole, the better part of 3,000 years old. I will admit there is a smaller, humbler version of all this. The very same trick that lets a champion hold a deck of cards is the one that, used quietly at home, finally lets you remember where on earth you set down your keys. Picture the spot as you put them there, and make it absurd, the keys roaring like a lion on the kitchen counter, and you will find them in the morning. Simonides, patron saint of the misplaced. But large or small, the principle never changes. Do not ask your memory to hold things in the empty air, where it was never built to hold them. Give them a place to live. Simonides built a room inside his mind to hold what mattered. The next loophole belongs to a woman who built a room out of almost nothing, on purpose, and wrote her masterpieces inside it. She owned a large and beautiful house. So why, every single morning, did she leave it, drive across town, and let herself into a bare little hotel room she rented by the month? A room she had ordered the staff to strip of every painting on the wall? Her name was Maya Angelou, and she was one of the great American voices of the last century, a poet and a memoirist whose words are carved into monuments now. And her working life ran on one of the quietest, most practical loopholes in this entire list. She did not write at home. And it was not for lack of room. Home, by her own account, was a large house, the kind of place a person works a whole life to earn, and that was precisely the trouble with it. Home had a telephone. Home had friends who dropped by, and a kitchen, and the comfortable clutter of a life well furnished, and 100 soft invitations to do anything at all other than the hard thing. A beautiful house, she seemed to understand, is a beautiful argument against work, made over and over, all day long. So she did something that sounds, on its face, almost mad. She went out and rented a second room she did not need, a plain one, in a hotel in whatever town she happened to be living in, and she kept it by the month, year after year, for the single purpose of being somewhere her own house could not reach her. And then she made an arrangement with the management, and this is the detail I find the most telling of all. She asked them to take everything off the walls. Every picture, every decoration, anything framed, anything pretty, anything that might catch the eye on a slow morning and carry the mind away with it, down some pleasant corridor of thought that was not the work. She did not want a nice room. She wanted, as near as a person can get to it, an empty one. A cell, almost by choice. The walls were to stay bare. That was the agreement. And then she kept a schedule so strict, it sounds, at first hearing, almost severe. She would rise in the dark and arrive at that room by 6:30 in the morning, before the day and all its noise had properly begun. She would lie down across the bed, propped up on one elbow, and she would write the long way, in longhand, on yellow legal pads. She did not surround herself with much. A dictionary, a thesaurus, a Bible, which she liked to read aloud, she said, for the simple roll and music of the language in her ear. A bottle of sherry, from which, later in the day, when the morning's work had earned it, she might pour herself a single glass. And that was very nearly the whole of the kit. A bare room, a hard bed, yellow paper, and the oldest tools in the trade. There is one detail in all of this that I cannot quite let go of, because it tells you more than any speech about discipline ever could. That elbow she leaned on, the one she propped herself on across the bed, hour after hour, morning after morning, for years on end, grew so hardened and so calloused from the long pressure of the work that she described it, and she said it, with a certain dark pride, as encrusted. Think on that for a moment. The work she did was made of words, the most weightless things in the world, and yet she did so much of it, so faithfully, in that one strange position, that it wore a callus into her arm the way an oar wears one into a sailor's hand. The body keeping the score of all those quiet mornings. She would write straight through until the early afternoon, then gather up her yellow pads and leave the bare room behind her and go home. And only then, in the evening, back among her pictures and her telephone, would she sit and read back over what the empty little room had drawn out of her that day. The making happened in one place. The judging happened in another. She never let the two rooms blur into one. Now, I want to tell you where this discipline came from, gently, because the root of it is a hard one, and I will not linger over it. As a young girl, Maya Angelou suffered a terrible trauma. I will leave the shape of it off the page tonight, where it belongs. What matters for our story is what it did to her afterward. She stopped speaking. For years, something close to 5 of them, she was very nearly silent. A child who had decided, somewhere far down, where reasons do not need words, that her own voice was a dangerous thing, and that the safest place to keep it was locked away entirely. And she found her way back, slowly, by the one road that was left open to her. She read. A patient family friend put books into her hands and asked her, in time, to speak the words aloud, because, the woman told her, you do not truly love language until it passes across your own tongue. And so the words came back to her, off the page, in private, where it was safe. The child who once had no words at all grew into a woman who, every single morning of her working life, built herself a small bare fortress where the words could finally come out into the open, on her terms, at her hour, with the door shut behind her. There is a whole life in that. There is a whole reason for the bare walls in that. So, here is the door, and it is one you can walk through tomorrow. Stop trying to manage your moods and engineer your environment instead. We waste so much willpower waiting to feel inspired, or focused, or ready, as though the right mood were a train that would eventually pull in if we only stood on the platform long enough. Angelo did not wait for any such train. She did not negotiate with her moods at all. She built a room whose only purpose in the entire world was the work, and then she simply showed up to it on a schedule and let the room do half the job for her. So do this, and you can begin it tomorrow morning. You do not need a hotel, and you do not need a large house to escape from. You need one space, even just a single corner of one, that comes to mean only one thing. Reserve it for the work, and the work alone, and then strip it the way she had the pictures taken down. Take away the comforts. Take away the little distractions, the things that catch the idle eye. Then go there at the same hour every day, early if you can manage it, and do nothing else in that spot, ever, so the space stays pure and unmuddied by lazier habits. Reserve one space, strip it bare, keep one fixed hour. Do that for long enough, and the place itself becomes a signal your own mind learns to obey, so that simply crossing into it is most of the battle already won, before you have written a single word. The mood will follow the room. It nearly always does. Angelou made the truth of her work undeniable to herself in a bare room with yellow paper. The next woman made the truth undeniable to an entire empire, and she did it with a single drawing. Everyone remembers the lady with the lamp gliding between the beds of wounded soldiers in the dark. Almost no one remembers that her real weapon was not the lamp at all. It was a single chart. One picture that did what 10,000 dead men could not, and forced the most powerful empire on earth to finally listen. Her name was Florence Nightingale, and the gap between what she is famous for and what she actually did is one of the great quiet injustices of history. The lamp is real, mind you. I would not want you to think the famous picture is a lie. It is only the small and gentle part of a much larger truth, and history, as it so often does, fell in love with the tender half and let the fierce half slip quietly out of the room. So, yes. In the 1850s, during the Crimean War, she went out to the British military hospitals in the East, to a grim place called Scutari, into conditions that beg a description. And yes, she nursed. And yes, by the accounts of the soldiers themselves, she walked the long wards at night, with a little lamp in her hand, passing between the rows of beds in the dark, and the men who lay there came to love her for it. A small, bright figure moving through the worst nights of their lives. It earned her a kind of sainthood that has lasted a century and a half. But here is the thing that lovely image leaves out. What she found in those hospitals did not merely move her to pity. It horrified her into something far more dangerous than a saint, an investigator. Because she saw something in those wards that did not make sense, and being who she was, she could not let it lie. She saw men who had survived the battlefield, the shot, and the blade, and the long, jolting journey from the front, lying down in a hospital bed and then quietly dying there. Not of their wounds, of fever, of cholera and typhus and dysentery, of infections that bred and spread in the filth of the place itself, in the foul water and the blocked drains and the bad, unmoving air. That first dreadful winter, more than 4,000 British soldiers died in the hospital at Scutari, and the great mass of them were killed, not by the enemy at all, but by the very building that was meant to save them. Now, a great many good and kind people stood in those same wards and saw that same dying and simply grieved it as anyone would. There is no shame in that. But Florence Nightingale did something almost no one else thought to do. She did not only grieve it, she counted it. This is the part the lamp hides from you. She was, in private, a formidable mathematician, and had been since she was a girl. She loved numbers the way other people love music, and she once called herself, with great seriousness, a passionate statistician. So she gathered the figures with a cold and tireless care, every death, the cause of every death, month upon month, and set them in order. And the numbers told a story so plain and so damning that once you had seen it, you could not unsee it. Something on the order of 10 times as many soldiers were dying of preventable disease as were dying of their wounds. 10 times over. The army was not, in the main, being killed by the Russians at all. It was being killed by its own dirt. And every one of those deaths was a death that need never have happened. She had the truth now, written down in long columns. And here, I think, is where she stops being merely admirable and becomes something genuinely cunning in the very best sense of that old word. Because she understood a thing about powerful people that most people who hold the truth never grasp and go to their graves bitter for the lack of it. She knew that the men who could actually change things, the generals, the ministers, the comfortable gentlemen in Parliament, far from the smell of Scutari, would never read her tables. Not in 100 years. You could lay the most perfect column of figures before a busy and important man, and watch his eyes glaze and slide off it like rain off a window. Numbers in a row put powerful men straight to sleep, and a truth that puts its audience to sleep changes nothing in the end. She could have been right, completely and provably right, and been politely ignored for it until the day she died. So she did a thing almost nobody was doing in her day. She did not argue louder. She did not write a longer report. She drew the data. She took those grim columns and turned them into a picture, a diagram of colored wedges arranged in a circle, the sort of thing people came to call her rose or her coxcomb. The shape was not entirely hers to begin with, in honesty, but she made it sing as no one ever had. Each wedge was a single month of the war. The size of each wedge showed how many men had died that month, and the color showed the cause. The deaths from battle wounds sat as a small red core in toward the center, and the deaths from preventable disease, the fevers, the filth, bloomed out around them in great blue petals, month after month after month, vast where the red was small, impossible to mistake, impossible to argue with, impossible to look away from. And that, you see, was the whole quiet genius of it. You did not need to understand a single thing about statistics to understand that picture. You did not need the columns, or the training, or the patience for figures. You needed only to have eyes in your head. One glance, and there it was. The blue was swallowing the army whole, and the red the enemy had drawn was almost nothing beside it. A child could read it in a moment, and a general, mercifully, could read it too. And it worked. That is the part that ought to make you sit up a little, even at this late and sleepy hour. The picture worked. That diagram, and the relentless, sleepless woman behind it, who would not let the matter rest, helped drive a great wave of sanitary reform through the British military. Clean water and proper drains and air that actually moved, and in the years that followed, it saved a number of lives so large that no one will ever count it properly, because you cannot count the men who simply did not die. And the world, slowly, began to notice what she truly was. In 1858, she became the first woman ever elected a Fellow of the Royal Statistical Society. The lady with the lamp, it turned out, had been all along one of the most effective data scientists who ever drew breath, a full century before anyone thought to use the phrase. She just happened to be holding a lamp in the part of the story we chose to remember. So here is the door she found, and it is one of the most useful in this whole long list, and it is for every last person who has ever been right and ignored in the very same breath. Being right is not enough. I am sorry to tell you so plainly, but it is the truth, and I suspect you have already felt it somewhere. Being right is almost never enough on its own. The truth does not win, simply because it is the truth. It does not win on its merits. no matter how much we should all like it to. The truth wins when someone takes the trouble to make it impossible to ignore. That is the loophole, and Nightingale lived all of it. So do not do what the bitter and the overlooked do. Do not hand people a spreadsheet or a wall of honest figures and then feel wronged when the facts fail to fight your battle for you. The facts will not fight for you. You have to arm them. Take your single most important number, the one that ought, all on its own, to change the decision and turn it into one clear picture. One coxcomb of your own. One blue mass that no one alive could mistake for anything but what it is. And then aim that picture, on purpose, straight at the one person who actually holds the power to act. Not at the crowd. Not at yourself. At the decision maker, in a form their tired eyes cannot refuse. Package the truth for the people you most need to reach, and not for your own quiet satisfaction. Nightingale never once had more authority than the generals she answered to. She simply made her chart louder than their indifference, and the chart won. Before we go on, a quick word, and then straight back to the stories. For those of you only listening tonight, and I know a great many of you are, drifting off with your eyes already closed, I will just mention that there is a video version of these episodes too. Our animators and editors pour a genuinely surprising amount of care into them, and if you ever find yourself awake and curious in the daylight, it is worth seeing one with your eyes open at least once. That is all. Now, the next door, which belongs to a man who found his loophole by doing the single hardest thing a modern person can do: sitting still. Loophole 9. Learn to sit in the quiet room. A man sews a scrap of paper into the lining of his coat with a single word written at the top of it, and he wears it hidden against his chest every day for the rest of his life. No one knows it is there. It is found only after he dies, when a servant feels a strange stiffness in the fabric. The loophole this man discovered is the one that almost none of us can manage anymore. His name was Blaise Pascal, and he was, by any measure, one of the most brilliant minds France ever produced. He was born in 1623, and he was the kind of child who frightens his elders a little. The story goes that his father, worried the boy was straining himself, kept the mathematics books out of his reach, and forbade the subject in the house, hoping he would attend to his Latin first. So the boy worked it out for himself, on the floor, in secret, with a piece of charcoal, drawing shapes he had no proper names for, until he had quietly rediscovered a good deal of geometry on his own. He was 12. You cannot really forbid a mind like that. You can only stand back and watch where it goes. And it went everywhere. While he was still a teenager, to spare his father the endless drudgery of adding up tax columns, Pascal designed and built one of the first mechanical calculating machines the world had ever seen, a little brass box of interlocking wheels that could carry the tens all by itself. We call it the Pascaline now. Some years later, drawn in by a gambler's puzzle about how to fairly divide the stakes of a game of chance left unfinished, he sat down to a long exchange of letters with another great French mathematician, a man named Fermat, and between the two of them, in that one correspondence, they laid the foundations of the entire mathematics of probability. The way we reason about luck and risk and odds to this very day, the arithmetic underneath every insurance policy and every weather forecast, began as two clever men writing back and forth about a dice game. Whoa. He had a triangle of numbers named after him. Near the end of his short life, he even helped set up one of the first scheduled public coach lines in Paris, a bus route, in essence, 300 years ahead of its time. This was a man who had conquered the outer world of numbers and machines about as thoroughly as any person ever has. And he was not yet 35. And then, on the night of the 23rd of November, 1654, something happened to him that turned him inward for good. It was late, somewhere between 10:30 and midnight, and he was alone in his rooms in Paris. For roughly 2 hours, Pascal had an experience so overwhelming, so total, that he could barely find words for it afterward. And what words he did find read less like a philosopher's careful argument, and more like a man trying to hold lightning in his two hands. He grabbed a small piece of parchment, and he tried to write it down before it could fade. The note begins with one word, set apart at the very top in capital letters. In his French, it is feu. Fire. Just fire. And then, beneath it, broken half-sentences, not the polished prose of the great stylist he was, but fragments. The God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, the God of Jacob, he wrote, not the God of the philosophers and the scholars. Certainty, joy, peace, the writing of a man overflowing. He never told a living soul what had happened to him that night. Not his sister, not his closest friends. Instead, he did something far stranger and far more telling. He sewed that scrap into the lining of his coat, hidden where no one would ever see it. And from that night forward, he carried it everywhere. Every time he changed his coat, the story goes, he carefully unpicked the stitches and moved the paper across into the new one, so that it was always there, always against him, a secret pressed close to his heart. For 8 years, he wore his most important night sewn into his clothing and breathed not a word of it. He died in 1662, not yet 40 years old, his body worn out by a lifetime of fragile health. And it was only then, going through the dead man's things, that a servant felt that strange stiffness in the fabric, picked open the seam, and found the little folded confession Pascal had kept against his chest, in silence, for the rest of his life. Out of that turn inward came his deepest thinking about what is wrong with us, gathered after his death into the book we now call the Pensées, his scattered notes toward a defense of faith he did not live to finish. And buried in those fragments, he put his finger on something that has only become more true with every century since. He wrote that nearly all of human unhappiness comes from one single thing. Now, you have very likely met this idea already, because it is all over the internet, usually trimmed down to a neat little phrase about how all of humanity's problems come from man's inability to sit quietly in a room alone. It is a fine line, and I am almost sorry to tell you he did not write it quite like that. That tidy version is a loose rendering, polished, smooth, by a great deal of repeating. What Pascal actually wrote is that all the unhappiness of men arises from one single fact, that they cannot stay quietly in their own chamber. That is the real article, and it says the same true thing, only slower and sadder and rather better. We cannot be alone with ourselves. We cannot bear the silence of our own company, and so we run. We fill every gap with noise and motion and chatter and entertainment, not because we truly want those things, but because the alternative, simply sitting still with our own minds, unsettles us down to the bone. Pascal even had a word for all this frantic filling. He called it divertissement, diversion. The endless seeking of distraction, not as some harmless pleasure, but as the very thing we use to keep from ever having to look directly at our own lives, and the plain fact that we will not be here forever. And here you must allow an old man one wry observation. Pascal was lamenting all of this in 1654, in a world where the very worst temptations available to a restless mind were a deck of cards, a bit of court gossip, and a window to stare out of. He never saw a small glowing rectangle that lives in your pocket. He never saw the thing that buzzes against your leg, that holds an infinite, bottomless, scrolling river of other people's lives, engineered with enormous care by very clever men, whose whole livelihood depends on making the act of putting it down feel almost physically painful. If Blaise Pascal believed the people of his own quiet century could not manage to sit still in a room, I shudder, gently, to imagine what he would make of us. The diversion he warned about 3.5 centuries ago is no longer something we must go out and find. It is a thing we carry everywhere and charge each night, and never, ever set down. So, here is the door, and it may be the most quietly powerful one of the entire evening, precisely because it is the one that almost no one will actually walk through. The person who can sit alone in a silent room, with nothing at all, and not flinch, has a kind of clarity and steadiness that everyone else has quietly outsourced to distraction. They make better decisions, because their decisions rise up out of stillness, rather than out of a low-running panic that never quite switches off. They are harder to rattle, and harder to sell to, and harder to frighten, because they have already sat with the silence the rest of us spend our lives fleeing. So practice it deliberately, like the genuine skill that it is. Set aside a small piece of time. 10 minutes will do to begin with. No phone, no screen, no book, no music, no tidy little productive task to hide inside. Just you and a room and the quiet. And I will tell you exactly what is going to happen, because it happens to everyone. The restlessness will come up fast, and it will feel almost unbearable, an itch, a pull, a near physical need to reach for something, anything, to fill the gap. And that feeling, that exact squirming urge to reach, is the single most important thing you will notice all week. because that urge is the thing that has been quietly running your life. The reaching is the master. So sit still and do not obey it, and simply watch it. Let it rise and crest, and then, if you only wait, begin to settle on its own. On the far side of that restlessness is a calm that no notification on earth will ever hand you. Pascal found his sewn into the lining of one extraordinary night. You can find a little of yours on any ordinary evening you choose, in a quiet room, doing nothing at all. Pascal learned to sit perfectly still. The next man refused to sit still at all, even when his own body and his own great age told him plainly that it was over. On his deathbed, at the age of 88, the old man was not at peace. He was furious. He was begging heaven for 5 more years, 10 if it could be managed, because he was certain, absolutely certain, that he was only now, at the very end, about to become good. And the thing is, he had already painted the single most famous picture in the history of the world, nearly 20 years before. His name was Katsushika Hokusai, and if you have seen one Japanese image in your life, you have almost certainly seen his. The great wave, reared up and curling over like a vast claw of water, its crest breaking into little reaching fingers of foam, and beneath it 3 slender boats, the men in them bent low, caught in the trough at the exact moment before the sea comes down on them. And there, far away through the hollow of the wave, small and white and perfectly calm, is Mount Fuji. That is the quiet trick of the picture, if you have never noticed it. The mountain, the great sacred mountain, is the smallest thing on the page, dwarfed by a single wave, and somehow more permanent for it. The great wave off Kanagawa. It was not even meant to stand alone. It was one print in a series he made of the mountain. Dozens of views of Fuji seen from near and far, in every weather and every season, and this was simply the one the whole world fell in love with. It is one of the most reproduced images ever made, copied onto more walls and cups and book covers than almost any picture in human history, and Hokusai created it around the year 1830, give or take a year or two, when he was already roughly 70 years old. 70. Sit with that number for a moment. In his day, in his country, 70 was a great age, a time well past the years when a man was expected to be doing his finest work, if indeed he was still working at all. Most people, by 70, have long since decided who they are and what they are capable of, and have quietly settled in to wait out the rest. The great work, if there was going to be any, is assumed to be safely behind them, filed away, the accounts closed. Hokusai had spent his entire long life refusing that idea, refusing in particular to believe that he had peaked, or that he ever would. He was poor for most of it, genuinely poor, scratching out a living from his prints and his paintings right to the end. By some accounts, he moved house more than 90 times across his life, an astonishing number. And the story that has come down to us is that he sometimes moved simply because the room he was working in had become too cluttered and filthy to paint in. So rather than tidy it, he left it and started again somewhere clean. I find that detail oddly perfect. a man so consumed by the next picture that housekeeping never once made the list. And he did not slow as the years piled on, which is the part that ought to stop us in our tracks. The great wave, the prince of the mountain, a flood of drawings and paintings, much of his most beloved work came pouring out of him in his 60s and 70s, the very decades in which the rest of us are taught to expect the well to run dry. The output did not taper toward the end. If anything, it gathered speed. And he did the same thing with his own name. Over the course of his career, he changed it something like 30 times. Not as a disguise, and not on a whim. Each new name marked a moment when he felt he had become a genuinely different kind of artist, when the old self had been outgrown, and the old name no longer fit the new man holding the brush. He would take the new name and pass the old one on and carry on as someone subtly remade. A working life told not as one long straight line, but as a series of fresh starts, each built on the last. And here, allow me my second wry smile of the evening. We live in an age that is rather obsessed with building what people now call a personal brand. A single, consistent identity, settled early and then polished and defended across a whole lifetime. The same face, the same name, the same neat little story about yourself repeated until it sets like concrete. Hokusai is the cheerful opposite of all that. A man who moved 90 times and renamed himself 30, who treated his own identity not as a monument to be guarded, but as something to be shed and grown again, like a snakeskin, every time he outgrew the old one. Around the age of 70, he took the name by which a great many people remember him now, a name that translates roughly as, "Oh no, the old man mad about art," or "the old man crazy about painting." Think about that. Not the master, not the great Hokusai. The old man mad about art. After 70 years, and the most famous wave ever painted, that was the title he chose for himself. That, he decided, was who he finally was. There is a passage he wrote late in life, in the afterword to one of his books, and the translations of it vary, so I will not pretend to give you his exact words. But the shape of it is this. He looked back and said that he had been drawing things since he was a small child, from around the age of 6, and that nothing he had made before the age of 70 was really worth very much at all. He reckoned that by 73 he had only begun, to grasp something of the true structure of nature, of birds and animals and grasses and trees. And he went on, in this remarkable forward-leaning arithmetic, to say that by 80 he hoped to have made real progress, that by 90 he might penetrate to the very heart of things, and that by 110, perhaps, every dot and every line he made would be alive. An old man in his 70s doing the maths on becoming great at 110. Most of us quietly close the ledger at 40. But it is his very last words that hold the loophole most tightly of all. As he lay dying, he is said to have cried out that if heaven would only grant him 10 more years, or even just another 5, then at last he could have become a real painter. A real painter. from the man who made the great wave. Read that again and let it land. He did not see, looking back, a finished master at the close of a completed life. He saw a student, still climbing, still improving, cut off, cruelly, just short of the summit he had finally come close enough to see. The work was not done. In his own mind, the best of it was still ahead, just out of reach, dissolving as the light went. So here is the door, and it is a wide one, and it is for everyone who has ever quietly decided that their best days are behind them. For everyone who has caught themselves thinking it is simply too late now. Too late to begin, too late to begin again, too late to learn the instrument, or change the work, or pick up the abandoned thing. There is no expiration date on mastery. The belief that talent peaks young, that you must find your one true thing early or forfeit your shot at it forever, is just a story we tell, and it is a quietly cruel one, because it costs people the entire back half of their lives. The loophole, the thing Hokusai understood in his bones, is to treat every decade you are given as the apprenticeship for the one that follows. Your 60s are training for your 70s. Do not measure yourself against the person you used to be at some imagined peak. Measure yourself, instead, against the person you could still become at 80, at 90, if you simply refused to stop. Hokusai's whole long, restless, name-changing, house-moving life is the proof of it. The masterpiece arrived at 70, and even that, he insisted to his last breath, was only him getting warmed up. So whatever it is you have decided you are too old to start, know that an old man mad about art, painting the most famous wave on earth, in his 8th decade, and grumbling that he had not gotten good yet, would like a quiet word with you. Hokusai kept reaching forward when his age told him to stop. The next man kept his entire crew alive when the whole world had already given them up for dead. His ship was crushed by the ice and swallowed whole by the sea. He was stranded near the bottom of the world, on the drifting pack ice, with 27 men, and no way home, and no one coming to look for them. Every single one of those 27 men came back alive. And the reason why is a loophole that most people in charge of anything never learn. His name was Ernest Shackleton, and in 1914 he set out to be the first to cross the entire Antarctic continent on foot. He never even got to start. His ship, the Endurance, well named as it turned out, became trapped in the pack ice of the Weddell Sea before they could land. The Weddell is one of the cruelest stretches of water on Earth, where the wind packs the floes together into a single white plain, and the Endurance was caught in it like a nut held in a fist. For months, the ice held them through the long polar night, while they waited for a thaw to set them free. And then the spring did the opposite of what they had prayed for. As the great fields of ice shifted and pressed, they began, slowly and horribly, to crush the ship, squeezing the timbers until they screamed and split. The men could hear their vessel dying around them for days. On the 21st of November, 1915, the Endurance went down at last, and Shackleton and his men were left standing on the ice, watching their only way home disappear beneath it. No radio could reach the world. No one was coming, because no one knew where to look. There were 28 of them in all, Shackleton and 27 others, standing on a drifting slab of frozen sea, with a few salvaged lifeboats, the dogs, and what little they could carry. That was the whole of it. By every reasonable measure, the expedition was already a total failure. The goal was gone. The ship was gone. And here is where Shackleton did the thing that made him immortal. He understood, instantly and completely, that his mission had changed. It was no longer about crossing a continent. It was about one thing only: getting every man home. And he understood something deeper still, something most people in a disaster never grasp until it is too late. The thing most likely to kill them was not the cold, and it was not the hunger, terrible as both of those were. It was despair. The slow rot of morale that turns a group of frightened men against each other and against hope itself. So Shackleton made morale his actual job. The state of his men's hearts mattered more than the rations or the route. He kept the men on a routine when routine made no sense at all. There was nowhere to go and nothing, on the face of it, worth doing, and so he invented things worth doing. Set hours, regular duties, ordinary chores, so that every man had a shape to his day. He insisted on hot meals taken together, all of them, because a crew that breaks bread shoulder to shoulder is harder to splinter than one that drifts off to brood alone. And he insisted, almost stubbornly, on cheerfulness. There were songs in the evenings, and small celebrations seized out of nothing at all, a birthday, a holiday, any excuse to gather the men round a little warmth and remind them they were still a company of living men. And then there was the quieter, cleverer thing he did, the part I think is the true heart of this whole story. Shackleton watched his people, not the way a captain inspects a crew, but the way a careful father watches a house full of children, learning who was steady and who was fraying, and who, if left alone, might come quietly apart in the dark. And the ones he judged most likely to crack, or worse, most likely to poison the others with their fear, he did not push out to the cold edges of the camp where they could fester. He did the opposite. He kept the doubters and the difficult men nearest to himself in his own tent, where he could steady them with a word and the sheer quiet force of his own calm. The fragile he kept close. It is the reverse of what most people in charge do by instinct, and it is one of the wisest things I know of any leader ever doing. He led from the front of the hardship too. He gave away his own mittens, and he took the worst of everything first, so that no man could ever say he had spared himself. That was the name they gave him, the boss, said not with resentment but with something close to love. And the boss watched the temperature of the group's spirit as carefully as the temperature of the air. I should pause and be honest with you about one thing, the way we have been honest about a few tonight. You may have come across a famous advertisement, said to have been placed by Shackleton to recruit his men. Men wanted for hazardous journey. It goes, low wages, bitter cold, safe return, doubtful. It turns up in half the books ever written about leadership. The trouble is that no one has ever managed to find it. Not in any newspaper of the day, not anywhere at all. It is almost certainly a story that grew up later, because it sounds so exactly like the man we would like him to have been. So, I will not hand it to you as fact. The lovely thing is that he never needed it. And then, when the ice at last broke up beneath them, came one of the greatest feats of survival ever recorded. He got all his men, in the open boats, to a bleak speck of rock called Elephant Island. It was solid ground, the first they had stood upon in over a year, but it was a dead end where no ship passed and no rescue would ever find them. So Shackleton made the hardest decision of his life. He chose 5 men and a single open boat, the James Caird, a thing barely 22 feet long, and he set out to fetch help himself. 800 miles across the most violent ocean on the planet, with waves the size of hills and the freezing spray threatening to coat the boat and drag it under with its own weight of ice. They steered for South Georgia, a small island with a whaling station on it, a target so tiny that to miss it by a few miles was to be lost forever. Their navigator found it with a sextant and the rare, fleeting glimpse of the sun through the cloud. And astonishingly, impossibly, in 1916, they made it. And then, the island played its last cruel trick. They had come ashore on the wrong side of it, the whaling station, away on the far coast, the boat too battered to sail around. Between them and rescue lay the interior of the island itself, a wilderness of uncharted mountains and glaciers that no one had ever crossed. So Shackleton took 2 of his men, and the 3 of them simply walked over it. 36 hours, without proper sleep or climbing gear, through a cold that should by every right have killed them, until they staggered into the station on the other side. And then, having saved himself, Shackleton turned straight around and went back. Back for the men, still waiting on Elephant Island, refusing to rest until the final one was lifted off that rock. He did not lose a single man. 28 had sailed out, and 28 came home. So here is the door, and it is for anyone who leads anything, a team, a family, a project, a household in a hard season. When everything falls apart, and the original plan is dead, your first job is not the logistics. It is the spirit. Morale is not a soft, secondary thing you tend to after the real work. In a true crisis, morale is the real work, because a group that keeps its hope will find solutions a despairing group never could. So manage for it, the way Shackleton did. Hold the routines even when they seem pointless, because the shape of an ordinary day is a handrail people grip in the dark. Gather them, feed them, give them small reasons to be glad. Watch who is fraying, and keep your most fragile and your most difficult personalities close, under your own steadying eye, rather than exiling them to the margins where their fear only spreads. And measure your success not by whether you reached the goal you set out for, but by who you brought through to the other side. There is a quiet thing worth noticing in all of this, too. We tend to picture the great leader as the hardest man in the room, all jaw and orders. And Shackleton was hard enough to walk over a mountain range no one had ever crossed. But the thing that made him great was that the toughest explorer of his age spent his whole disaster obsessed with the state of other people's hearts. He failed at the thing he set out to do, and he is remembered as one of the greatest leaders who ever lived, because he understood that the people were never the means to the mission. The people were the mission. Shackleton kept his men alive by guarding their hearts. The next man found the cheapest, most overlooked loophole to a happy life there is, and he found it, of all places, while he was dying in agony. He was dying, and it was about as bad a death as you can imagine. A stone had blocked something deep inside him, and he had been in terrible pain for 14 straight days. And on what he knew was very near his last day alive, he sat down and dictated a letter to a friend, and in it he called that day one of the happiest of his life. His name was Epicurus, and his name has been slandered for 2,000 years, which is itself part of the lesson. Today, if we call a person an Epicurean, we mean a fussy lover of luxury, fine wines, and rich food, and expensive pleasures. There is a glossy food magazine that carries the word on its very cover. A man who frets over the vintage and the temperature of his wine rather likes to be called one. The real Epicurus would find all of that quietly hilarious, because the man himself lived on bread and water, with a little cheese as a treat on the days he wanted to feast, and he taught that the secret to a happy life was almost the exact opposite of luxury. The longer you sit with that, the stranger it becomes. The most famous lover of pleasure in all of history was, in plain fact, a man who wanted almost nothing. And he was not starving himself to be holy about it. Oh. He had simply worked out something the rest of us spend a whole lifetime missing. That past a fairly low bar, more does not actually make you any happier. It only gives you more to lose, and more to lie awake, fearing the loss of. He was born on the island of Samos, and came in time to Athens, and there, somewhere around 300 years before the birth of Christ, he did a thing that was, for its day, mildly scandalous. He bought a garden on the edge of the city, outside the walls, away from the noise of the marketplace, and the law courts, and the bottomless Athenian appetite for rank and reputation. And he made it into a home and a school, and something the Greek world had not quite seen in this particular shape before. A community of friends, living together, eating together, thinking together, on purpose. That word, the garden, became the name of the whole philosophy. Not the academy, not the lyceum, nothing with grand columns and a great reputation to guard. A garden. A place where things are grown, slowly, and tended with care. And what he grew there, season after season, was a particular kind of life. Now here is the part that tells you who the man truly was. In an Athens that was savagely particular about who counted as a full person, Epicurus opened his gate to the very people the rest of the city looked straight through. He welcomed women as students, as equals, to sit and argue philosophy alongside the men, which was very nearly unheard of in his day. He welcomed enslaved people too, and treated them not as property, but as members of the household of friends, as near to equals as that hard old world would allow. The respectable citizens of Athens were scandalized, and they gossiped behind their hands, and they invented ugly stories about what must surely be going on behind that garden wall. Because to their minds, a place where the wrong sorts of people were treated as though they mattered could only be a den of something shameful. It was nothing of the kind. It was simply friendship, taken seriously and offered widely by a man who had quietly decided that the usual rankings of the world were not worth the keeping. And from inside that garden, over those plain shared meals, he taught a way of looking at desire that is, I think, one of the most useful tools a human being can ever pick up. It is simple enough to teach to a child, and sharp enough to rearrange your whole life if you let it. Look closely at your wants, he said, and you will find they are not all the same creature. They come in 3 kinds. The first kind are natural and necessary. Food when you are genuinely hungry. Water when you are thirsty. Warmth when you are cold. Shelter, safety, and the company of people you love. These are the bedrock of a life, and here is the good news folded inside them. They are easy to satisfy. A truly hungry man is made happy by plain bread, and no happier, if he is honest, by a groaning banquet table. Meet these few things, and the foundation of a contented life is already laid, and laid cheaply. The second kind are natural, but not necessary. The fine meal, rather than the simple one. The pleasant house, rather than the merely adequate one. There is no harm in these, he said. Enjoy them when they happen to come your way. But hold them lightly, because they are the seasoning and not the bread, and a life that comes to require them is a life one bad winter away from misery. And then there is the third kind, and this is where a man dead for over 2,000 years reaches across all of it and lays a finger right on your chest. The wants that are neither natural nor necessary at all. The hunger for more status, for more wealth than you could ever use, for fame, for the admiration of strangers, for a bigger version of whatever you already have. And here was his great insight. That third kind of want is bottomless by design. It is not that you have simply not yet gathered enough of it. It can never, ever be filled, because wanting still more is the whole nature of the thing. The man with 10 measures of silver wants 20. The man with 20 wants 100. Chase it, and you run forever and arrive nowhere, growing old as you run. So his loophole was to stop feeding the bottomless wants, and to pour what you save into the one thing he ranked above almost everything else for a happy life. Friendship. Real, present, unhurried friendship. He wrote that of all the things wisdom provides for a blessed life, by far the greatest is the gaining of friends. He thought a few true friends were worth more than any fortune, and the remarkable thing is that this is the cheapest treasure on earth, and almost no one budgets for it. We will spend decades and fortunes chasing the bottomless wants, and we will let our friendships quietly starve for lack of time. And then we will wonder why the fortune, when it comes, feels so hollow. Which is why he could call his agonizing last day a happy one. He was not lying, and he was not being brave for show. From inside that 2-week torment, knowing the end was close upon him, he dictated a letter to his old friend, Idomeneus, and we still have its opening, carried down to us across the centuries. On this truly happy day of my life, he began, as I am at the point of death, I write this to you. A truly happy day from a dying man in the middle of an agony like that. He wrote that the pain in his body was real, as bad as pain gets, but that against it, he set the joy of remembering the conversations he had shared with his friends over a lifetime, and that the joy outweighed the pain. He had spent his life investing in the one thing that pays out, even on a deathbed. And it did. So, here is the door. Most of your craving is manufactured, sold to you, installed in you from the outside, by people who profit handsomely when you want more, and it is bottomless on purpose, engineered so that it can never quite be satisfied, because a satisfied person makes for a poor customer. Learn to tell the difference between a want that can actually be satisfied and one that is designed never to be, and starve the second kind. Let it go hungry. It was never going to feed you anyway. And take the time and the money and the attention you free up and spend it lavishly on a few real friendships, the cheapest reliable source of happiness humans have ever found. I'm lavishly. And the one almost everyone neglects until it is too late to build. The phone call you keep meaning to make. The old friend you have not seen in a year because you were so busy chasing something you can no longer even properly remember. Epicurus, on bread and water, in his garden, with his friends, was one of the most contented men who ever lived. He simply wanted the right things. And on the subject of unhurried company in the quiet hours, let me mention one thing for those who would like a little more. On Patreon, I record special, longer episodes where I read the great classics aloud, the whole of the meditations of Marcus Aurelius and others besides. The sort of slow reading meant to carry you all the way through to morning. And those who join can ask for the next classic they would like me to read. Whatever it is, I will do it. That is my promise. But you lose nothing by staying right here, so let us go on to a boy who was thrown in jail at 11 years old and who grew up to prove that you can rebuild the very brain inside your skull. At 11 years old, they threw him in jail for blowing the town gate clean off its hinges with a cannon he had built himself. His teachers, the priests, his own exhausted father, all of them agreed that the boy would amount to nothing. They could not have been more wrong, and the particular way in which they were wrong is the loophole. His name was Santiago Ramon y Cajal, and he was born in a small village in the north of Spain in 1852, the son of a strict and ambitious country doctor. His father was a hard, self-made man who had clawed his way up from very little into the medical profession by sheer relentless study, and he wanted, more than almost anything, for his clever son to do the same, only faster and higher. What he got instead, by every account, including the boy's own, was a holy terror. Young Santiago was rebellious, dreamy, hot-tempered, and forever in trouble. He was obsessed with drawing when he was supposed to be reciting his lessons, and he treated school the way a caged thing treats its bars. And the canon was real. It tells you exactly what kind of mind we are dealing with, before anyone had the wit to point it in a useful direction. This was a boy fascinated, to the point of helplessness, by how things worked. He did not merely want a toy cannon. He wanted to know whether he could build one that fired. So he built it, a real working artillery piece, with his own hands, and then he tested it. He aimed it at a neighbor's wooden gate and set it off, and it worked rather better than he had bargained for, reducing the gate to splinters. The local authorities were not charmed by the rigor of his method. They locked the 11-year-old up for it, and his father, by now genuinely despairing of ever making a scholar of so wild a creature, took him out of school and apprenticed him to a barber, and when that did not take, to a shoemaker, hoping that if the boy would not learn, he might at least learn a trade. A jailed, expelled, twice-failed apprentice. That is the raw material we are starting with. Hold on to that, because of where it ends. Because the same father, stubborn as his son, and refusing to give the boy up entirely, did one more thing, and it changed everything. He had noticed the one gift the boy actually possessed, the drawing, the thing the schoolmasters had only ever treated as a vice. And rather than beat it out of him, he decided to use it. He took his son out into the graveyards and the dissecting rooms, into the company of the dead, and he set him to draw. Bones. Bodies. The strange and hidden architecture of the human frame, the thing the father spent his life among. And something caught. I have always found this the quiet hinge of the whole tale, the moment a wasted boy is not punished into shape, but redirected into it. The very same obsessive energy that had built a cannon and ruined a gate swung slowly round and locked, hard, onto the structure of living things. The boy, who could not be made to study anything, began, at last, of his own free will, to study. He became a doctor, the thing his father had wanted, and then something his father had never imagined, a scientist. And he carried into the laboratory two tools in a combination almost no one else possessed. The draftsman's eye, the gift the priests had despised, now trained on the smallest things in creation. And a patience that bordered on the inhuman, the same burning attention that had once gone into mischief, now poured out over a microscope, year upon year. He pointed all of it at the one frontier no one in his day had managed to map: the inside of the brain. You must understand what the great minds believed, then, about the thing inside your skull. The prevailing theory held that the brain was a single continuous web. One vast, unbroken tangle of fibers, all fused into a kind of seamless net, with no separate parts, a thing that could not be divided because it was, in some deep sense, all one piece. It was the settled view, the thing the important men taught. And Cajal, bent over his slides in a modest Spanish laboratory, far from the great centers of European science, staining slice after slice of nervous tissue and drawing with merciless precision exactly what he saw, and not what he had been told he ought to see, became quietly, immovably convinced that the important men were wrong. What he saw, again and again, was that the brain was not a seamless net at all. It was made of individual cells, separate units, each one its own distinct thing, reaching their delicate branches toward one another, across impossibly small gaps, but never quite touching, never merging into one. Discrete, countable, built, like everything else that lives, out of separate building blocks. He was right. We call those cells neurons now, and the idea that the brain is made of them is the foundation all the rest of brain science is built upon. And Santiago Ramon y Cajal, the jailed boy, the failed apprentice, is called the father of modern neuroscience. In 1906, he was awarded the Nobel Prize. And here, history serves up one of its sharper little ironies, the kind I cannot help but smile at. He shared that prize with an older and very distinguished Italian scientist named Golgi, who had invented the very staining method, the chemical trick that made the tiny cells visible under the microscope that Cajal had used to do his work. So far, so gracious. Except that Golgi was one of the chief defenders of the old, mistaken theory, the continuous web, and Cajal had used Golgi's own method to prove Golgi's own belief wrong. And when Golgi rose to give his Nobel lecture before the assembled and slightly embarrassed worthies, he used the occasion to defend, at length, the very idea his fellow laureate had just demolished. A man accepting the world's greatest prize while insisting the discovery it was given for could not be true. I leave it with you as a reminder that being eminent and being right are two entirely different things. But it is not the prize, and it is not the feud, that holds the real treasure of this man's life. It is a single sentence he wrote, late on, in a slim book of advice for young people setting out in science. I want to give it to you in his own words, because no paraphrase improves it. Any man, he wrote, could, if he were so inclined, be the sculptor of his own brain. The sculptor of his own brain. He wrote that in 1897, and he did not mean it as a pretty turn of phrase. He meant it very nearly literally, decades before the science would gather the proof that he was right. Because he had watched it happen. He had watched, from the inside, his own ruined, rebellious, written-off mind reshape itself, slowly, through nothing but sustained and stubborn effort, into one of the finest scientific instruments of its entire age. He was not guessing. He was reporting. He knew, the way you only know a thing you have lived, that the brain is not some fixed object you are handed at birth and must make your peace with. It is closer to wet clay. What you do with it, over and over, across years, physically reshapes the tissue that does the thinking. The cannon boy became the Nobel laureate, not because the gods gifted him a better brain, but because he sat down, day after day after day, and built one. So here is the door, and it stands open for everyone who has ever quietly believed they are simply not smart enough, not gifted enough, not a natural at the thing they wish they could do. The truth that Cajal lived, and that the science has since confirmed, is this. Talent is far less an input than we like to pretend, and very much more an output. It is not the seed. It is the harvest. It is what slowly accumulates after thousands of hours of deliberate, slightly uncomfortable practice, the patient reps that gradually rewire the very tissue doing the work. The loophole, then, is to stop waiting to feel gifted, because that feeling does not come first. It arrives last, long after the work. Pick one hard skill that genuinely matters to you, just one, and work it daily, in focused sessions that stretch you a little past comfortable, and keep at it long past the point where most people lose heart and wander off. The brain will answer you. It is built to. Cahal proved, with the whole of his own life, that a jailed, failed, written-off boy could become a Nobel laureate by the sheer, patient, daily reshaping of his own mind. So whatever it was they wrote you off for, however late you feel you are coming to it, take some quiet comfort in this. The clay is still wet. Cahal rebuilt his mind by hand over a lifetime. The next man's mind arrived almost fully formed, out of nowhere, in a country no one important was watching, and his loophole was finding a way around every gate that should have stopped him cold. A poor clerk in southern India, with no university degree and no permission from anyone, sat down and mailed 9 pages of impossible mathematics to the most famous mathematician in England. That same morning, 2 other strangers had written to that mathematician with their own crank theories, and he had thrown them away. This one he could not throw away. This one was right about almost everything. His name was Srinivasa Ramanujan, and he is one of the strangest and most beautiful stories in the history of human thought. He was born in 1887 into a poor family in southern India, in a small town, the kind of place no one outside it had any reason to know. His people did not have money, and they certainly did not have the means to send a boy off to the great universities of the world to be polished into a scholar. By every ordinary reckoning, he was destined to be one more clever child, swallowed up by the quiet machinery of getting by. But there was nothing ordinary about what was happening inside his head. He grew up with almost no formal mathematical training to speak of. He did not have teachers who could keep pace with him, and he did not have a shelf of fine books. What he had, as a teenager, was a single old volume, an unfashionable summary of thousands of mathematical results, the bare statements of them, gathered together with little explanation. Most students would have found it dry as dust. He fell on it like a starving man, and then went far past it, out into territory the book had never charted, alone. Because he did not learn mathematics the way other people did, by being walked through it, step by patient step. He seemed, simply, to see it. Theorems arrived in his head, he said, as though they were being given to him, placed there by a power outside himself, and he filled notebook after notebook with them. Hundreds upon hundreds of results, many of them things no human being had ever set down before, scrawled with little or no proof at all, because to him, the truth of them was just obvious. He needed only to write each one down before the next arrived. And here is the part that the world, in its tidy wisdom, got badly wrong. This boy, carrying inside him one of the rarest mathematical gifts that has ever appeared, failed at school. He failed his college courses more than once because he could not be made to care about any subject that was not mathematics. Set him a problem in numbers, and he was a god. Set him anything else, and his attention simply walked out of the room. The system that was built to find and reward ability looked straight at him and saw only a young man who could not pass his examinations. So this once-in-a-thousand-years mind ended up exactly where such a mind is, so often quietly buried. He took whatever work he could find to keep himself fed, and in time, he became a clerk in the accounts office of the Madras Port Trust, earning something in the order of £20 a year, doing sums for the ledgers of the shipping trade, tallying figures for cargo and freight by day in a port office, and in the margins and in the early mornings, filling his notebooks with mathematics decades ahead of his time. He could have stayed there forever. A filing clerk whose private genius died with him, unseen, his notebooks gathering dust in a back room after he was gone. The world is almost certainly full of such people, and that, my friends, is the very tragedy this loophole exists to prevent. The undiscovered are not undiscovered because they lack the gift. They are undiscovered because no one with the eyes to see it ever happens to look. Because Ramanujan did one bold, slightly mad thing. He decided he would not wait to be found. He would go straight to the top. He gathered up his strangest and his finest results, and on the 16th of January, in 1913, he mailed them, cold, across the whole width of the world, to a man named G.H. Hardy at Cambridge, one of the most eminent mathematicians then alive. No introduction. No respectable professor vouching for him. No credentials worth the name. Roughly 120 theorems from a clerk on the other side of the earth, dropped into the post like a message in a bottle. The letter opened plainly, almost apologetically. He explained that he was a clerk in the accounts department of the Port Trust at Madras, on a small salary, and that he had been doing a little work in his spare time. A little work. That was how he described the contents of a mind that would keep mathematicians busy for a century. Hardy, who received letters from cranks and dreamers in the post all the time, very nearly threw it onto the heap with the others. His first instinct, glancing at this thick envelope of wild formulas from an unknown Indian clerk, was that it could not possibly be serious. But something in those pages nagged at him through the day, some quality he could not quite dismiss, and that evening he sat down with a colleague, and the two of them went through it properly, line by line. And they came to an astonishing conclusion. Some of the results were already known and correct, which a fraud might manage. A few were simply wrong. But many of them, a great many, were utterly new and so strange and so deep that they stopped the two men cold. As Hardy put it afterward, in a line that has rightly outlived him, these results must be true, because if they were not true, no one would have had the imagination to invent them. That was the heart of it. You could fake a theorem you had read somewhere. You could not fake these, because no human mind would think to make them up out of nothing. They could only have come from a mathematician of the very first rank, working in total obscurity, with no idea quite how extraordinary he was. So Hardy did the thing that makes him, to my mind, nearly as admirable as the genius he recognized. He acted on it. He arranged, through no small effort, to bring the unknown clerk from Madras to Cambridge into the heart of the mathematical world that had never heard his name. And there, Ramanujan became one of the youngest men ever elected, a Fellow of the Royal Society, that ancient and exalted gathering of the finest scientific minds in Britain, a clerk with no degree, seated among them on the strength of the work alone. And then, illness took him, tragically young, at just 32, far from home, his notebook still crowded with results we are unraveling to this day. There is a small story from those Cambridge years that captures him perfectly, and I cannot resist giving it to you. Hardy came to visit him in hospital during his illness, and, being an awkward sort of man, with conversation, remarked, just to say something, that the number of the taxicab he had ridden in seemed rather a dull one. 1729. A flat, forgettable number. Not at all, said Ramanujan, without a pause. It is the smallest number that can be written as the sum of two cubes in two different ways. Where Hardy saw nothing, Ramanujan saw a little jewel, the hidden double life of a number everyone else on Earth would have walked straight past. I will tell you, in fairness, because we have tried to be honest tonight, that he had most likely already recorded that very fact in one of his notebooks long before. It was not quite conjured out of thin air on the hospital ward, but that hardly dims it. The wonder is a mind that carries such things ready to hand, and delights in them the way you or I might delight in a familiar tune. So here is the door, and it is for every talented person who is quietly waiting to be discovered, to be given permission, to be let in at last through the proper channels. The loophole is to skip the gatekeepers and ship the work directly to the one person who can recognize it. Teach yourself, obsessively, the way he taught himself from one old book, and then send what you have made straight to the one mind most able to see it. Ramanujan had no degree, no standing, no connections, none of the things that were supposed to be required. What he had was the work itself, and the nerve to send it to the top. Most of the people you write to will never answer, and that does not matter in the slightest. You are not playing the averages. You need exactly one person of judgment to see what you have made and say yes, and that single yes routes you around every credential you lack. So do the work, make it as undeniable as you possibly can, and then send it, cold, to the person most able to understand it. Bet on the work over the resume. A clerk in Madras did, and changed mathematics forever. Ramanujan reached the one person who could see him. The next person reached a throne she had no earthly right to by outstudying every single person who had been born to it. A 14-year-old foreign girl arrived at a glittering, suspicious court that did not want her, in a country whose language she could not speak a word of. And at night, while the whole palace slept, she would climb out of her warm bed and pace the freezing floors in the dark, memorizing. The habit nearly killed her. Then it made her an empress. Her name, at the start, was not even the name history remembers. She was born Sophie, a minor German princess, from a family with far more pedigree than money. Her father governed a small place on behalf of greater men, and her mother had grand ambitions and very little to fund them with. By the ordinary arithmetic of her world, a girl like that had exactly one thing to offer, which was a useful marriage. And so her childhood was spent being prepared, quietly, to be handed off to whoever might raise the family's standing. She was clever, and she knew she was clever, and she had nowhere in particular to put it. Then, in 1744, when she was 14 years old, the summons came that changed everything. The Empress Elizabeth of Russia, casting about for a bride for her chosen heir, settled on this obscure German girl, and Sophie was packed off across the winter of Europe to a country she had never seen, to marry a young man she barely knew. The heir was a sullen, difficult boy, more interested in his toy soldiers and his German homeland than in Russia or in her. She arrived a nobody, a small foreign piece moved across a board by other people for their own reasons, in a court full of Russians who watched her with the particular coldness reserved for outsiders who have been handed a place they did not earn. Most girls in that position would have done the sensible thing. Kept their head down, stayed quietly foreign, survived. Sophie did the opposite. She looked at the country she had been dropped into, vast and cold and watchful, and she decided, with a determination that is frankly a little frightening in someone so young, that she would not merely survive in Russia. She would belong to it more completely than the people who had been born there. She would outbelong the people who belonged. So she went to work, the way few people ever work at anything. She threw herself at the Russian language with an intensity that startled her tutors. The court spoke French to one another, the way fashionable people across Europe did, and she could have leaned on that and stayed comfortable, a polished foreigner getting by. She refused. Russian was the language of the people she meant to win, the soldiers and the priests, and the ordinary subjects whose loyalty would one day decide everything, and she wanted it whole. And here is the detail that tells you everything about her. She was so impatient to master it that she could not bear to lose the hours of the night to sleep. By day, there were lessons and ceremonies, and the endless careful performance of life at a court where everyone was watching everyone. The quiet, the real quiet, came only after dark. So she took it. She would wait until the palace had gone still, until the candles were out and the whole household had surrendered to sleep, and then she would get up out of her warm bed, and she would walk up and down her cold bedroom, in her bare feet, in the dark, reciting her Russian lessons over and over, until the words were burned into her so deeply that no amount of fear or distraction could shake them loose. She left an account of it herself, years later, set down plainly in her own memoirs, that in order to learn faster she got up at night, while everyone slept, and went over the notebooks her tutor, Ada Durov, had left for her, committing them to memory. A girl of 14, alone in the dark, pacing a freezing room, teaching herself the tongue of the people she intended to rule. The cold did what cold does to a child, pacing barefoot through a Russian winter night after night. She caught a terrible chill, and the chill settled into her lungs, and it became pneumonia. She fell gravely, dangerously ill. For a time it was genuinely uncertain whether she would live at all. This small, foreign girl, who had very nearly worked herself to death over the grammar of a country that had not yet decided whether it wanted her. There is a story from that sickbed that says a great deal about the choice she had made. When she was at her lowest, those around her wished to send for a Lutheran pastor, the faith she had been raised in. She asked, instead, for the Orthodox priest who had been instructing her in the religion of Russia. Even half dead, she understood which way she was facing. She survived. And when at last she was strong enough to stand, she went straight back to it. She mastered the language. She embraced the Orthodox faith of her new country and was received into it under a new name, the Russian name that history would eventually attach the word great to. But she did not stop at language and faith. She read. She read voraciously, hungrily, year after year, the way only a person building something reads. The great philosophers of her age, the thinkers of the Enlightenment, who were then setting Europe alight, along with history and law, and the hard machinery of how states are actually governed. She corresponded with some of the finest minds in Europe. She gave herself, alone and by candlelight, an education far beyond anything ever expected of a wife, whose only assigned task was to produce an heir and stay decorative. While the court around her gossiped and gambled and looked down on the foreigner was quietly making herself the most prepared person in the building. And, over the long years that followed, the underestimated German girl made herself so thoroughly, so convincingly Russian, and so plainly more capable than the man she had married, that the balance of the whole court slowly, invisibly shifted. He remained a foreigner in his own future kingdom, contemptuous of its ways, attached to another country. She had become more Russian than the Russians. So when the moment finally arrived, in 1762, and the throne was there to be taken, it was she, not he, who held the loyalty of the people who mattered, the guards and the church, and the men with the swords. She took the crown, and she held it against every expectation anyone had ever had of the penniless girl from a minor house for 34 years, becoming Catherine the Great, the longest ruling female leader in the history of Russia. Now, I am going to do something here that we have done a few times tonight, and tell you the truth about a famous lie, because it is its own small lesson. You may have heard a grotesque story about how Catherine the Great died. It is false. Every word of it. She died at 67 of a stroke in her own palace, the way a great many people of her age have always died. The vile story was invented after her death by her enemies, by people who could not bear that a woman had held that much power for that long, and so they tried to bury her memory in filth. It is worth remembering, when you hear something shocking about a powerful person, especially a powerful woman, to ask quietly who benefits from your believing it. The people who write the history are not always the people who lived it, and a lie about the dead is often just an old grudge wearing a costume. So here is the door. and it is for every outsider who has ever walked into a room where they did not feel they belonged. The loophole is not to fake belonging, and it is not to stay defensively foreign. It is to out-adapt the natives, to learn the language, the customs, the unwritten rules of the new world faster and more thoroughly than the people who were born into it and never had to think about them. Your outsider status, which feels like a weakness, hides a strange advantage. You can see the rules clearly because you had to learn them on purpose, while the insiders absorbed them in their sleep and could not explain them if they tried. Master what they take for granted, and in time, you will not just belong. You will be the one who understands the place better than anyone. Catherine arrived a pawn who could not say good morning in Russian, and she died an empress. She simply refused to remain a guest. Catherine kept going through the cold and the dark, toward a goal she could see clearly. The next woman, one of the strongest swimmers who ever lived, stopped a single mile from her goal and gave up for a reason that has nothing to do with strength at all. She had already conquered the deadliest stretches of open water on the planet. But on this day, a single mile from the shore, in water she was more than strong enough to handle, she stopped swimming and asked the boat to pull her out. What beat her was not the cold, and it was not the sharks that had been shadowing her. It was the fog. Her name was Florence Chadwick, and in the middle of the last century, she was simply one of the greatest distance swimmers the world had ever seen. I want you to understand the kind of person we are talking about before we get to the day it went wrong, because the whole weight of this story rests on the fact that she was not weak, and she was no stranger to suffering in cold water. In the summer of 1950, on the 8th of August, she swam the English Channel from France to England, and she did it in 13 hours and 20 minutes. That alone would have been a fine life's achievement for most people, the kind of thing you put on a wall and speak of for the rest of your days. But she did something more than merely cross it. She crossed it faster than any woman ever had, and faster than the men's record that stood at the time, so that a woman who was not supposed to be the strongest swimmer in that water turned out to be exactly that. And then she went back the following year and swam it the other way. England to France, against the harder current, and she became the first woman in history to conquer the Channel in both directions. Think about what that takes. Hours upon hours alone in grey, heaving frigid water, with the cold working its slow way into your bones, with your shoulders turning to lead and your mind begging you, on a loop, to simply stop and be warm. She knew that voice intimately. She had learned, better than almost anyone alive, how to keep going long after the body has filed its complaint and been overruled. This was not a woman who quit. That was the whole of her reputation. That is what makes the 4th of July, 1952, worth sitting with so carefully, because what happened that day teaches something raw toughness alone cannot. She set out to swim the channel between Catalina Island and the California mainland, about 21 miles of frigid open water. It was meant to be another jewel for the collection. A crowd had gathered on the far shore to watch her come in. Her own mother was among the boats that went alongside her. And the sharks that everyone had warned about did indeed appear, circling up out of the dark water below her, and the men in the boats drove them off with rifles so that she could keep swimming. And swim she did. For something close to 16 hours, she pulled herself forward, stroke after stroke after stroke, through water cold enough to numb her, and a current that fought her the whole way. By any measure of endurance, she was deep into the territory she knew, the long, grinding middle of a great swim, the part where ordinary people would have been pulled out hours before. But that day, a heavy fog lay over the water. Thick, grey, low fog, the kind that swallows the world whole. And it did not lift. Hour after hour, she swam inside it, and she could not see the shore she was swimming toward. She could not see the boats clearly. She could not see her own hand reaching out in front of her face for more than a stroke. There was no horizon, no landmark, no California up ahead, growing slowly larger to tell her she was getting somewhere. There was only the cold, grey blankness, in every direction at once, going on and on with no edge to it, for hour after hour after hour. And eventually, something in her gave way. I want to be precise about what it was, because it is the whole point. It was not her body. Her arms were still moving. Her heart was still strong. What gave way was her resolve, because the fog had quietly taken from her the one thing a person needs in order to keep suffering on purpose, which is the sense that the suffering is leading somewhere. She could see no progress, and no reason to believe the next hour of agony would be any different from the last. And so she lifted her head, and she told the people in the boat that she could not go on. The words that have come down to us, the ones actually recorded from that day, are plain and human and a little heartbreaking. I can't go anymore. And they reached down and pulled her, exhausted and beaten, out of the water. It was only then, sitting in the boat with a blanket around her, that the fog began to thin. And as it lifted, she saw the coastline of California, close enough to break your heart. She had stopped less than a mile from the shore. She had been within sight of the finish, if only there had been any sight to be had. She had given up almost exactly at the place where she had won. Now here is the part that makes it a loophole, and not just a sad story about a brave woman on a foggy morning. Chadwick herself understood, with great clarity, exactly what had beaten her. It was not the distance. She had the distance in her, with room to spare. It was not the cold or the sharks. It was the absence of a visible goal. The fog had robbed her of the sight of the shore, and without the shore to pull her on, all her famous toughness had quietly run out from underneath her. So she went back. About 2 months later, she returned to that same stretch of water, and she swam the Catalina Channel again. And the fog, as if it wanted to test her a second time, came down again over the water. Here is where I owe you some honesty, because we have been honest about a few of these tonight, and this one needs it too. The tidy version of this story, the one you will hear repeated in 100 motivational talks, has her saying afterward something neat and quotable. that all she could see was the fog, and that if only she could have seen the shore, she would have made it. It is a lovely line, but it is a polished retelling, smoothed over in the years since for the sake of the lesson. The line we can actually stand behind from the day itself is the simpler one. I can't go any more. And the comeback, too, is less magical and more impressive than the neat telling lets on. It was not a single beautiful thought about holding the shoreline in her mind that carried her through the second time, though that idea of keeping the destination fixed behind her eyes is a real and useful one. The truth is that she went away and did the unglamorous work. She trained hard for weeks, putting in miles every day to build herself back up. She coated her body in grease to hold off the cold that is the real enemy in that water. And she fixed in her mind a concrete, specific target, a record time she meant to beat, a number to swim toward when there was nothing else to see. She gave herself a finish line she could carry, even when her eyes could find nothing. And that second time, fog and all, she swam straight through it. She reached the shore, and she beat the men's record doing it. So here is the door, and it is for anyone in the middle of a long, foggy, exhausting stretch where you cannot see any sign that your effort is leading anywhere. Understand this and let it settle in properly, because it runs against everything we are taught about grit. You do not quit when your body fails. You quit when the goal disappears. The mind can endure an astonishing amount of suffering, very nearly any amount, as long as it can see, or at least vividly picture, the destination it is suffering toward. Take that picture away. Leave a person in the gray with no shore in sight, and even the strongest will eventually stop, not because they cannot go on, but because they no longer believe going on means anything. So make your goal concrete and keep it constantly in view. Do not leave it as a vague wish floating somewhere in the back of your mind. Give it a shape. Put the number, the date, the finish line somewhere your eye will land on it every single day. And then, on the days when the fog rolls in, when the work shows you nothing, no sign of progress, no proof that any of it is leading anywhere at all, do the thing Chadwick finally learned to do. Hold the shore in your mind, even when you cannot see it with your eyes. Carry the destination inside you, fixed and bright, for the stretches when the world goes blank and offers you no encouragement whatsoever. The distance was never the thing that was going to beat you. Losing sight of why you started was. Chadwick had to keep the shore in view to make it through. The next man taught the world the opposite lesson, that the secret was to stop clinging to any fixed shape at all. The doctors told the greatest fighter who ever lived that he would never throw a kick again. He was flat on his back, in a brace, for the better part of 6 months. And he did not grieve, and he did not rage. He reached for a pen, and he wrote down the loophole that would outlive him. His name was Bruce Lee, and most people remember him as a body. The speed, the impossible 1-inch punch, the cry, the lean and perfect machine of a man. What they forget is that he was, first and last, a thinker, a man who read philosophy the way other fighters lifted weights, a man with shelves of books underlined and argued with in the margins. His greatest idea came to him not in his prime, not under the lights, but in the wreckage of an injury that should have ended him. It is a strange thing to say of a man so famous for what his body could do, but the most important thing he ever made, he made lying perfectly still. It happened in 1970. He was lifting heavy that day, a barbell exercise, the kind they call a good morning, where you bend at the waist with the bar across your shoulders and rise again. And he did it, by the accounts that have come down to us, without properly warming up first. Somewhere in the middle of that lift, with all that weight folded over his spine, something deep in his lower back gave way. He had damaged a nerve down near the base of his spine, the sort of injury you cannot see and cannot rush. The doctors examined him, and they were blunt about it, in the way doctors sometimes are when they think the kindest thing is the plain truth. He would never practice martial arts again, they told him. He should accept it. He should make his peace with the fact that the one thing he was built for was over. And then they laid him down flat on his back in bed, and there he stayed, in real pain, for around 6 months. The magnificent body stilled. The cat-quick reflexes with nowhere to go. The whole identity he had spent his life sharpening, suddenly a question mark. Now, sit with that for a moment, because it is worse than it sounds. This was not an old man at the end of his road. This was a young man at the start of everything, a man whose entire sense of who he was ran straight through his body. Take that away, and most of us would not know who was left in the bed. A lesser man spends those 6 months mourning. He counts the days, he grieves the thing he lost, he lets the silence in the room turn into the silence in himself. Bruce Lee did something else. He could not use his body, so he used the one part of him no injury could reach. His mind. He read, lying there. He thought. And, most of all, he wrote. He filled notebook after notebook, page after page, working out and refining his whole philosophy of fighting, and underneath that, his whole philosophy of living. By the time he was done, by the time the brace came off, and he was on his feet again, he had filled 7 volumes. 7 notebooks, written flat on his back by a man who had been told he was finished. And those notebooks were not idle scribbling to pass the hours. That stack of paper became the raw material for the book the world would later know as the Tao of Jeet Kune Do, published in 1975, 2 years after his death. He never saw it bound. The injury that was meant to end his art did not end it at all. It turned it inward, and in turning it inward, made it deeper than it had ever been when he was well. And at the very heart of what he worked out, in those long, flat months, there were 2 ideas. 2 blades, if you like. And I want to give you both of them, properly, because it is only when you hold the 2 together that you have the whole loophole in your hand. The first, he put on film around 1971, in footage that has since been watched by tens of millions of people. Empty your mind, he said. Be formless, shapeless, like water. You put water into a cup, and it becomes the cup. You put it into a bottle, and it becomes the bottle. You put it in a teapot, and it becomes the teapot. Water can flow, he said, or it can crash. Be water, my friend. Now, on the surface, he was talking about fighting. He was warning against committing yourself to one rigid style, one fixed and memorized set of moves that a clever opponent can study, predict, and turn against you. But anyone listening closely could hear that he was talking about something far larger than combat. He was telling you how to live. Because most of us choose a shape early. We decide, often before we are 20, exactly who we are and exactly how things must be done, and then we carry that fixed shape through life like a clay pot, and we shatter against every situation that will not fit it. Lee's answer was to have no fixed shape at all, to meet each moment as it actually is, rather than as we wish it were, and to flow into whatever form that moment requires of us. And here is the quiet miracle of it, the part you can feel in your own chest if you let it land. The injury itself was the lesson. The old shape, Bruce Lee, the pure, untouchable fighter, was gone, taken from him on a gym floor. So he flowed. He poured himself into a new shape, Bruce Lee, the philosopher, the teacher, the writer. And he lost nothing in the pouring. The water was the same water. Only the vessel had changed. The second blade is just as sharp, and it cuts in almost the opposite direction, which is exactly why you need it. He is remembered as saying that he did not fear the man who had practiced 10,000 kicks, one time each. He feared the man who had practiced one kick 10,000 times. Be like water, yes. Be formless, be adaptable, be willing to change your shape. But do not, he is warning you, mistake that for dabbling. Do not turn it into an excuse to skate forever across the surface of 100 different things, calling your restlessness open-mindedness. Because the water that wears a deep canyon into solid rock is not water that touches 1,000 stones once. It is water that runs over the same stone, in the same place, patiently, for 10,000 years. So there is the pair of them, held together. Adaptable in your shape, relentless in your depth, soft enough to take any form the day demands, and stubborn enough, once you have chosen where to pour yourself, to wear a groove no one can erase. So here is the door, and it has those two handles, and you can put your hand on both of them tonight. The first is for the moment life breaks the shape you were holding. The job that ends. The body that fails you. The role you can no longer play. The plan that will not survive contact with the world. When that happens, do not stand there clutching the broken pieces, trying to press them back into the old form by sheer force of will. Be water. Pour yourself, without shame and without delay, into the new vessel the situation has handed you, and trust this one thing as you do it. You are not less for changing shape. You are simply finding the next one. The second handle is for after. Once you have settled into that new shape, go deep. Do not scatter yourself thin across 10,000 shallow efforts and a dozen half-learned skills. Choose the few things that genuinely matter to you, and then run over them like water over stone, the same stone 10,000 times, until you have worn something into the world that will outlast you. Here is the usable line, the one to carry out of this room. Be soft enough to change shape, and stubborn enough to wear a groove. Bruce Lee, flat on his back and told by good doctors that he was finished, became water. And he flowed quietly into the one shape his injury could never take from him. And that shape, the thinker, the writer, the man with the notebooks, is the very shape we remember him by. Now, before our final few doors, I would love to hear from you. Drop me a comment with a person from history or a moment that you would love to hear more about, the figure who has always fascinated you, or simply a favorite of yours we have not yet sat with. I read them, all of them, and the lives you name are very often the ones that become the next quiet evening like this one. One of the fathers of modern psychology spent his young life so paralyzed by despair that he quietly weighed ending it, and what pulled him back was not a doctor, or a drug, or the slow passing of time. It was a single sentence he wrote in a diary one morning, and then decided to obey. His name was William James, and before he became the towering figure who very nearly invented the study of the mind in America, he was a young man adrift and in real darkness. Picture him as he was then, in his late 20s, bearded and restless, and clever to the point of torment, the sort of mind that cannot stop turning a problem over even when the turning is what is killing it. He was brilliant and sensitive and sickly, forever unwell in ways the doctors of the day could neither name nor mend. And, on top of all of that, he had been crushed flat by a particular kind of despair. He did not yet know what he was for. He drifted between medicine and painting and chemistry and the new science of the mind, finishing nothing, certain of nothing, watching the years slide past while other men his age settled into their lives. And the longer it went on, the lower he sank, until there came a stretch when he could barely make himself rise in the mornings, and he thought, seriously, and more than once, about not going on at all. Now, here is the cruel part, and it is the part that makes his story matter so much. The despair was not only private weather. It was being fed, daily, by the very best thinking of his age. The science James so admired had leaned hard, in those years, toward a cold determinism, the idea that everything in the universe, including every thought and choice and stirring of the heart that you fondly believe is your own, is nothing more than the clockwork of cause and effect grinding forward, gear into gear, with no room anywhere for a free decision. Free will, on this view, was simply an illusion, a comforting story the machine told itself about its own motions. And, for a sensitive young man already standing at the edge, that idea is a trap with no flaw in it. Follow the logic and it swallows you. If you do not truly choose anything, if you are only a mechanism playing out its gears in the one way it was always going to play them, then nothing you do can matter, because you were never the one doing it. Effort is theater. Hope is a symptom. There is no reason to reach for anything, because the reaching was decided for you long before you were born. James saw all of that with terrible clarity, and the seeing pinned him to the ground. The cleverer he was about it, the more completely it held him, because his cleverness kept proving the cage was real. I think that is the bitterest sort of trouble there is, the kind that uses your own best gifts against you. A duller man might have shrugged the whole question off and gone on living, untroubled. James could not. His mind was a fine instrument, and it had turned like a key in a lock to seal him in. And then came a single morning that turned the whole of his life on its hinge. On the 30th of April, 1870, he sat reading an essay by a French philosopher named Charles Renouvier on the freedom of the will. And somewhere in those pages, he found a handhold. He wrote about it that very day in his diary, and you can still read the entry. He could see, he wrote, no reason why Renouvier's definition of free will, the sustaining of a thought, because I choose to, when I might have other thoughts, need be the definition of an illusion. Sit with that quiet little phrase, because everything turns on it. To hold one thought in your mind, on purpose, when other thoughts are clamoring to take its place. That, said Renouvier, is what a free act actually feels like from the inside. And James, reading it, realized he had no proof that such a thing was a delusion. It might be real. He could not be certain either way. And in that crack of uncertainty, he found his door. He took up his pen, and he wrote the sentence that saved him. My first act of free will, he decided, shall be to believe in free will. Read the strange genius of that again, slowly, because it is one of the cleverest moves in this entire collection. He could not think his way out of the trap, because the trap was built out of thinking. Every argument he raised against it was just more clockwork, more gears, and the determinist could simply nod and say, yes, of course, you were always going to raise that argument too. So James did something else entirely. He stopped trying to win the argument, and he stepped clean out of it, into action. He could not prove that he possessed a free will. So he chose, as a deed rather than a conclusion, to behave exactly as though he did. He resolved that for one whole year he would simply act the way a free man acts. He would make real choices and stand behind them. He would take real responsibility for his days. He would do the next right and difficult thing in front of him, and he would not wait, first, to feel convinced that any of it mattered. The conviction could come later, or never. The behaving would not wait on it. And the remarkable thing, the thing that ought to give every one of us pause tonight, is that it worked. The acting came first, and slowly, in its own time, the feeling came up behind to meet it. He did not lie in the dark, waiting to feel well enough to live, because he had finally understood that the feeling was never going to arrive on its own. He behaved as a well man behaves, day after ordinary day, choosing and working and carrying on, until at last the wellness caught up with the conduct and made itself at home. It was not sudden, you understand, and it was not magic. There were surely mornings when the old emptiness was still sitting there waiting for him, and he rose and acted free anyway, on nothing but the resolution he had written down. That is the whole of the discipline, and it is harder than it sounds. To do the thing while the feeling that ought to power it is still entirely absent. To borrow, as it were, against a conviction that has not yet arrived, and to keep paying in deeds until it does. The young man who had nearly let go of everything went on to become the father of American psychology. He gave his years to the study of the very mind that had so nearly destroyed him, and in 1890 he set it all down in a vast and magnificent work called The Principles of Psychology, the founding book of the discipline in his country. The book 1,000 later minds would build upon. The man who could not get out of bed wrote the map of the human mind. And he left us, in his own plain words, the heart of the loophole he had stumbled onto that April morning. If you want a quality, he taught, the surest way is to act, here and now, as though you already had it. To feel brave, behave as a brave person behaves. And to be cheerful, he wrote, when the cheerfulness is nowhere to be found, the way through is to act and speak as if cheerfulness were already there. So, here is the door, and it overturns the order we all assume. We believe the feeling must come first, and then the action follows. We wait to feel motivated before we work, to feel confident before we speak, to feel ready before we begin. And so we wait forever, because the feeling is waiting on the very action we are withholding. James found that you can reverse it. You can run the engine backward. Act first, in some small and honest way, and let the feeling come up behind the act to meet it. You do not feel brave, so you do one small brave thing, and the bravery arrives afterward, a little startled, to find the deed already done. You do not feel like writing, so you write one bad sentence, and the wanting to shows up around the third one. Do not wait to become the person who acts. Act in some tiny way, and you begin, that very moment, to become them. James chose what to do with his feelings. The last two men chose what to do with the harder stuff. What to do with fury, and what to do with need. First, a president, and a letter he made certain was never sent. The most powerful man in the country sat down at his desk and wrote a letter that could have ended a general's career. Every furious word of it was deserved and true and earned. And then he folded it, and he marked it, and he made certain that it was never, ever sent. The man was Abraham Lincoln, and to understand the weight of what he held back, you have to understand the pressure he was already living under. This was a man who had built his cabinet, quite deliberately, out of the very rivals who had run against him for the presidency, men who thought themselves cleverer than he was, and had said so. He put them in the rooms where the war was run, and he let them argue, because he had decided that a country coming apart needed its sharpest minds at the table more than it needed his comfort. So, he was long practiced in swallowing the hot word, in holding his temper, while lesser men lost theirs. And even for him, what happened in the summer of 1863 very nearly broke the dam. It was July of that year, just after the Battle of Gettysburg. 3 days of the worst fighting the continent had ever seen had ended, at last, in a Union victory, though It had been bought at a cost so terrible that the fields could scarcely hold the dead. And in the days that followed, Lincoln saw something open up in front of him that looked, to his eyes, like the end of the whole nightmare. Robert E. Lee's army, beaten and bled and reeling, had fallen back toward the Potomac River, meaning to cross it into the safety of the South. But the rains had come, and the river had risen, and Lee found his way home swollen and impassable, his great army pinned with its back to the water, unable to get across. They were trapped. To a man reading the maps in Washington, it was as plain as anything had ever been. If the Union Army struck now, hard, while the enemy stood cornered against that flooded river, it could destroy Lee's force entirely. And if Lee's army were destroyed, the war itself might simply be over. Lincoln saw it. He saw it with a clarity that must have been almost painful. And he sent word to his commander, General George Meade, the man who had just won at Gettysburg, urging him to close the trap. Attack. Finish it. And Meade did not. He was cautious, and he was exhausted, and his own army had been savaged in the same 3 days that had savaged Lee's. He hesitated. He called his officers together, and he weighed it, and he waited. And while he waited, the waters of the Potomac began, at last, to fall. And one night, quietly, in the dark, Lee got his beaten army across the river and away, back into the South, to fight on. The trap had stood open, and the prize had walked out of it. And Lincoln understood at once what it had cost. The war that might have ended that July would now grind on for nearly 2 more years, through hundreds of thousands more lives. He was beside himself. Those close to him said they had rarely seen him so cast down. And so he did what he had taught himself to do with a great anger. He sat down at his desk, took up his pen, and wrote it all out, the whole of it, in a letter addressed to Meade. And he did not spare the man. Lee, he wrote, had been within his easy grasp, and to have closed upon him would, taken together with their other recent successes, have ended the war. And then came the line that carries the whole grief of it. "Your golden opportunity is gone," Lincoln wrote, "and I am distressed immeasurably because of it." Read that again, and feel the heat coming off it. This is not a memo. This is the full weight of a president's anguish and fury, aimed, like a struck blow, at one tired man. And every word of it was earned. By any ordinary reckoning of who owes whom an account, Lincoln had the absolute right to send those words and let them land where they would. And then Abraham Lincoln did not send it. He folded the letter, and on it, in his own hand, he wrote a short note, not to Meade, but to himself. To General Meade, it said. Never sent or signed. And he put it away in a drawer. Meade never read a word of it. He went on, commanding the Army of the Potomac, never knowing the full measure of what his president had felt that week, never carrying the wound those sentences would surely have left. The letter sat in the dark, a thunderbolt that had been forged in full, and then, by deliberate choice, never thrown. It was found only after Lincoln was dead, when his papers were at last opened and read, decades on. Imagine that. The fury was real enough to set down in plain and devastating words. And the restraint was real enough that those words waited half a lifetime in a drawer before any living soul but their author ever saw them. And here is the part that tells you this was not some lucky once. It was a practice. The men who worked closest to him, his secretaries, described it plainly. Lincoln, they said, would now and then write what they came to call his hot letters. When some general, or some official, or some self-important grandee had wronged him, or wasted his time, or cost him dearly, Lincoln would pour the whole of his anger out onto the page, every sharp and cutting thing he wished to say, holding nothing back. And then he would set the letter aside. He would not send it. He had got the poison out of himself and onto the paper where it could do no harm to anyone, and having done that, the need to wound the other man had quietly drained away with it. The page took the heat, so the relationship did not. He did it again and again, across the hardest years any leader of that country has ever faced. So here is the door, and it is one of the most immediately useful in this whole collection, because almost all of us carry the wrong idea about anger. We believe the choice is between two doors only. The first is to swallow the anger, to press it down and say nothing, which we sense, rightly, slowly poisons us from the inside. And the second is to let it out, to say the true and cutting thing in the heat of the moment, which poisons everything around us, and which, very often, we cannot ever take back. Two doors, both bad. And most people spend their lives shoving wretchedly between them, swallowing until they cannot bear it, and then erupting. Lincoln found the third door, the loophole hidden between the other two. Write the rage. All of it. Hold nothing back. Name the person who has wronged you. Set down every wrong they did. Let every unfair and furious and devastating thing pour out of you and onto the page. Or into the message you do not address to anyone, the draft that has no recipient. Get all of it out. And then do not send it. Let it sit. Sleep on it. The writing is what does the real work, you see, because the real work was never about the other person at all. The real work was getting the fury out of your own body, where it would otherwise sit and fester, or build and build until it blew. Once it is on the page, the pressure is gone. And then, in the morning, the cooler and wiser version of you, the strategist, the one who actually has to live with the consequences of whatever gets said, gets to step in calmly and decide what, if anything, truly needs to be spoken aloud. Most mornings, the honest answer is far less than the letter, and far better aimed. You keep all the relief, and you lose all the wreckage. That is the whole of the trick. And let me say one more thing about this man, because it is the heart of why I wanted to sit with him tonight. We are told, often, and from a young age, especially the men among us, that strength is the outburst. The dominance, the raised voice, the refusal to back down, the readiness to wound first and hardest. We are taught to admire the one who lets the whole room have it. But look again at this tall, tired, grieving man who held more raw power than anyone else alive in his country, who had every right and every reason and every word already written, and who chose, for the sake of something larger than himself, to put the letter in a drawer and walk away. That was not weakness. That was the opposite of weakness. The truest strength is not the rage you are unable to control. It is the rage you are entirely capable of unleashing, fully loaded and aimed and justified, and choose, deliberately, to hold. Lincoln mastered the fury inside him from the most powerful chair in the land. Our final man mastered the same kind of inner storm by owning, very nearly, nothing at all. He is the freest man in this whole collection, and I have saved him for last on purpose. The most powerful man in the world crossed a country to stand before a homeless old man who lived in a clay jar, and he offered him anything he could name. Anything at all. And the old man squinted up at him from the dirt and asked him, please, to take one step to the left because he was blocking the sun. We end the evening with Diogenes, and I have saved him for the end on purpose because his loophole is all of the others turned inside out. He lived in Greece around 2,400 years ago, and he chose, deliberately, to own almost nothing. But he did not begin with nothing, and that part matters. He was born far to the north, in a trading city on the Black Sea called Sinope, and his father, the stories say, handled the city's money. And somewhere in that handling, something went wrong. There was a scandal over the coinage, a debasing of the currency, and whether the blame truly belonged to Diogenes, or to his father, or to both, the result was the same. He was driven out, exiled, stripped of his city, his name, his standing, his whole place in the world, and sent off with nothing. And here is the first turn of the strange tale. Most men, handed that, spend the rest of their years trying to claw every lost thing back. Diogenes looked at the wreckage and seems to have decided, instead, that losing it all had taught him something the comfortable never learn. That almost none of it had been necessary in the first place. So he went the other way. While everyone around him spent their one short life accumulating, he spent his subtracting, and not in misery, but with a kind of cheerful, needling joy, as though he were in on a joke the rest of the city had not yet been told. Now, I have to be honest with you about these stories, the way I have tried to be honest with you all night. Almost everything we know about Diogenes comes to us second-hand, polished and repolished by centuries of retelling. Much of it set down long after his death by a later writer named Diogenes Laertius. So, I will not tell you that every detail is gospel. They are the stories that have come down to us, and a man does not become a legend for nothing. The picture they paint is of someone waging a patient, grinning war on need itself. He lived, it is said, not in a house but in a large ceramic storage jar, a pithos, the kind of great clay vessel a household might keep grain or wine in, rolled into a public place and turned into a shelter. Not a barrel, mind you, though you will often hear it told that way. A jar. A clay pot, big enough to curl up inside, in full view of everyone, the way you or I might bed down in a cardboard box, except that he had not fallen there. He had chosen it. He had decided a clay jar asked less of him than a house, with its locks and its upkeep and its endless small anxieties. And the inventory of his life, beyond that jar, was almost nothing. A rough cloak, which could be wrapped twice against the cold and serve as a blanket at night. A staff for the walking, and a simple bag for what little bread he had. A cloak, a staff, a bag. That, very nearly, was the whole estate of the man, and he carried it on his own back, and none of it could be held over his head by anyone. But the tale that captures him best is the small one about the cup. For all his subtracting, Diogenes had kept one modest thing, a simple wooden bowl to drink from. His one concession, you might say, to comfort. And then one day, walking, he passed a small child who knelt at a stream, and, having no cup at all, simply scooped the water up in 2 cupped hands and drank from them. And Diogenes stopped. He looked at the child drinking from nothing but the hands he was born with, and then down at the wooden bowl in his own hand, the thing he had thought he still needed. And the story says he spoke aloud, half to himself. "A child," he said, "has beaten me in plainness of living." And he threw the bowl away. Think on that, because it is the opposite of how nearly all of us move through the world. He had found one more thing he did not need, and getting rid of it felt, to him, like winning. Now, hold that picture next to the most famous scene of his life, the one that has echoed for 2,000 years. Alexander the Great. The young king of Macedon, the most powerful human being then alive, the conqueror before whom the whole known world was, one kingdom at a time, going down on its knees. A man who could give or take anything. Cities, armies, mountains of gold, the course of a life or the end of it. And this Alexander, the stories tell us, heard about the strange old philosopher who lived in a jar and owned nothing and feared no one, and went, in person, to see the man for himself. He found Diogenes, lying out in the open, in the sun, doing precisely nothing, warming his old bones in the free and ownerless light. And the king stood over him and made the offer that had bent every other man he had ever met. "Ask me for anything you want," he said, "and it is yours. Anything, from the one man on earth most able to deliver it." And Diogenes, the exile, the beggar, the old man in the dirt with his cloak and his staff and his empty bag, did not ask for a single one of the 1,000 things the conqueror was holding. Not a city, not gold, not his old life back, or a new and grander one. He looked up at the most powerful person in the world and asked for the only thing Alexander was, in that moment, actually taking from him. "Stand a little out of my sun." That was all. "You are standing between me and the one thing I happen to want just now, which is the warmth that was already mine, and already free, before you put your shadow on it. Sit with what just happened there, because it is the whole loophole laid bare in a single sentence. The most powerful man in the world had nothing at all, that the poorest man in the world wanted. Every lever Alexander owned, every reward and every threat, every promise and every army pushed against thin air, because there was no soft place on Diogenes for any of it to land. And that made the beggar, in that one bright moment in the dirt, the freer of the two by a distance the king could not even measure. The conqueror went away, they say, oddly moved, muttering that if he were not Alexander, he would wish to be Diogenes. He had just met a man he could not buy. There is one more thing he is supposed to have said that I cannot leave out, because it turns in the same lock. When people asked Diogenes where he was from, expecting him to name Sinope, the city that had cast him out, he refused the question altogether. I am, he said, a citizen of the world, not of any one city that could exile him, or honor him, or own him. He had been thrown out of one small place, and answered by claiming the whole of it, and binding himself to none of it. You cannot exile a man from everywhere. So let me show you the hard, simple machinery underneath all of this, because Diogenes was not merely being clever in the sun. He had found something true. Everything anyone has ever used to control you, every threat, every bribe, every leash and lure, works only by attaching itself to something you are afraid to lose. That is the entire mechanism. There is no other. The boss controls you through the salary you cannot do without. The crowd controls you through the approval you ache for. Look closely the next time you feel the world tugging at you, and you will find a string, and at the far end of it, there is always something you are clutching. And here is the loophole hidden in that, the escape no king and no crowd can ever close. The less you need, the less anyone can use against you. Every single want you let go of is a handle that the world can no longer grab. Reduce what you depend on, and you reduce, by exactly that much, the power that any person or any fear holds over you. The man who wants nothing cannot be bought, because there is no price, and cannot be bent, because there is no soft place to push. He has, quietly, without a single sword drawn, become free. So here is the last door, and it is the simplest and perhaps the hardest of them all. You do not have to move into a jar. I am not asking you to throw away your bowl or sleep in the cold to prove a point to a king who is not coming. But take one thing you are certain you cannot live without, one comfort, one status, one possession, one approval that you spend your strength protecting, and try, deliberately, doing without it for a while. Go a week without the thing you reach for, the instant the day turns hard. Feel how the fear of losing it loosens its grip on you the very moment you prove to yourself that you can stand without it. That fear was a string, and you have just cut it. Want less, on purpose, and watch your freedom grow by precisely the amount your wanting shrinks. And here, at the end, let me tell you the secret I have been keeping all evening. Because all 20 of these doors, every single one, were the same door. Look back along the whole row of them. Roosevelt meeting his grief with hard work, instead of fighting it. Beethoven moving his music into the silence the world could not invade. Douglas turning the forbidden thing into the key. Pascal sitting still while everyone else ran. Lincoln draining his rage onto paper he never sent. Diogenes wanting less, so the powerful had nothing to offer him. In every case, the person stopped shoving against the door, marked the obvious way, the way everyone else was pushing, sweating, failing. And they simply noticed that it opened the other way. That is the whole of it. That is the only trick there ever was. When you are stuck, exhausted, pushing with all your strength and getting nowhere, the answer is very rarely to push harder. It is to step back and look at the hinges and ask whether the door you are fighting opens, as so many of them do, quietly inward. So, there they are. 20 loopholes, 20 lives, one quiet move, repeated 20 different ways. I called them, at the start of the night, the things people find far too late. And that is true. Most people, if they ever stumble onto these at all, do it decades down the road, after the long years of pushing against the door the wrong way, after the exhaustion has already done its work. They arrive at the latch when they are tired, and they think, with that particular ache, if only I had known this sooner. But you did not find them too late. You found them tonight, here, in the quiet, early enough to do something with them. So let go of the old idea that you are somehow behind, that everyone else got the instructions and you missed them. You were not behind. You had simply never been shown the latch. And now you have. You are, I think, a slightly different sort of person than you were when this episode began. The kind who, the next time they find themselves shoving at an immovable door, will pause and tilt their head and wonder which way it really opens. Quieter, harder to fool, a little freer than you were an hour ago. That is enough for one night. Let the day you lived go. Let the doors wait until morning. They will still be there, and so, a little stronger, will you? Since you made it this far, I'm glad you enjoyed the episode. If you would like to continue listening to episodes with similar themes, I linked them in the description below. You will also find a playlist of our most popular videos. Sleep now, nightlings. And wake up, as always, a little stronger and a little wiser. The story is done, but yours continues.